Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Played in the G League Ignite team as Booker gets free and drills another three. This one at the top of the arc. Devin Booker with 46 and counting. 120-97, Suns up.
And so much for being the son of Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks. Devin Booker said, nope, scrap that storyline, because that was the story of the third quarter and ultimately the ball game. And that's how we start the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. This seems to be, when you judge Twitter and the social media reaction from the Tolos, a very disheartening and disappointing loss for the Mavericks with what happened last night against the Suns at the AAC.
Yeah, the Suns were the ones that were in the Mavs' heads in this game. Like, the Mavs just had no composure from the start.
Yeah.
No composure. And then as things started to snowball, and they may have had a lead, but then the Suns was like, okay. We're
16-point lead.
Yeah, and the Suns were like, okay, here we come. And then, the Mavs just lost it. They lost it. Once it started to snowball, it was over. And things got really, really disappointing and ugly as this game wore on. And you could see the Mavs slip, and you could see their heads slip out of the game. And it was one by one. It was like, okay, it's Grant Williams. Okay, now it's Luka. And the moment you lose Luka, you lose everything. Once he checks out, you're done. You might as well just do a mercy roll on you.
And it doesn't take much to get him off his game. Devin Booker scoring 22 points in the third quarter, the entire Mavs team. So in the first half, it was Luka matching the big three from Phoenix, Beal, Booker, and KD. He had matched them, first half production. In the third quarter, Devin Booker outscored the entire Mavericks team. The Mavs, with 8 minutes left in the second quarter, were up 48-32. End of the third, Suns were up 25. That was a 68-27 turnaround.
Yeah.
68-27, and Booker ends up with 46 on the night. Started off fun, not just being up, but I love the bad blood. Nurkic, get Draymond Green on the hotline. He's getting into it with Grant Williams stepping into Kevin Durant. You get the verbal back and forth. The bad blood is increasing in the building. You can feel the adrenaline, playoff-type atmosphere. And then the third quarter took place, and the Mavs disintegrated.
Yeah, somebody needed to just anytime Nurkic got close, just yell the name Draymond out and see what he flinches. And it would take him off his game for a second, but they didn't do that.
Now, look, there was no Kyrie. That has to be pointed out.
Sure.
Kyrie missing this game.
Let's be fair, there was no Durant for them either.
Right. Well, he had, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, only 12 points. That's it. That's all it took. Bradley Beal scored 20. They didn't need anyone else except for Booker. But Kyrie, with the scratch before the game with the thumb issue, I believe this was the 23rd different starting lineup that the Mavericks have used this year. That is tied for most in the NBA. ESPN had said 24, but I think Cooperstein tweeted out, nope, January 15th against the Washington Wizards, they used this exact lineup, so go ahead and scratch that. Cooperstein was all over it.
If Coop says it, it's true. It's a factual statement. That's basically how it works.
And now we get to the other drama, and that is Luka Doncic. He picked up a technical foul, which I did not understand if it was based off of the one play with Durant where they got caught up with each other and Luka twisted his ankle. He had no right or no business complaining about that one play. I'm sure it was like 4 other calls before that he thought the referees missed. But Luka gets a technical foul right at halftime going into the back. He's now at the halfway point of a suspension. But then he gets a Suns fan wearing a Devin Booker jersey tossed from the stands. Tim McMahon reported that the Suns fan, who was like a couple rows back from Tim, yelled out, hey, Luka, basically, get your ass on the treadmill.
You're tired.
You're tired. It wasn't like, hey, fat ass. You know what I mean? It was like, hey, you're looking really winded. You're looking really tired. Go find a treadmill. You see Luka glare into the stands, then quickly point to the Mavs director of security, signal, get him out of there. Stoppage of play takes place. Luka points him out, and they kick this guy out of the arena. Now, that on its own, all right, we got to go to court here. We got to go to Mavs court. That on its own is so freaking soft from Luka Doncic.
That is the softest.
And Mavs security. And I'm going by McMahon's quote. Luka, you tired. Get on the treadmill. Get your ass on the treadmill. I'm going by that.
I'm assuming McMahon heard it because this was the guy was right behind the writers' table, and I assume McMahon is courtside. And they used to have more media courtside. They have far less now than ever before. I mean, shoot, Cooperstein does the play-by-play in the rafters. But I assume that national guys like McMahon are right down there.
So Luka, after the game, clearly either checks his phone or was told by someone, PR teammate, I don't know. Here's a woman killed, driver arrested in Dallas crash. Oh, that was the cross street of where I live. Well, that was very, very fun to see right there. Sorry. Look at that. Look at the whole top of the car is gone. My goodness. The whole top of the car.
Wow, there's a door. There's just a door sitting there on the side of the road.
Yeah, totally just wiped out on the top. So someone told Luka afterwards what McMahon tweeted, and Luka Doncic was not happy in the postgame, going back and forth with Tim.
Luka, what were you frustrated about at the end of the second quarter when you got that technical?
I know I saw you when you said about the fan, That was not true at all. That was not the only thing he said. But I knew you would be the first one to point out something like that. I'm not going to say what he said, but I knew you were going to be the first one to put out something like that. So I just saw it, man. It's just funny. You always seem to be the first one to put some bad stuff about me.
First of all, 99% of the stuff I've written about you has been good.
I don't know.
I was sitting 2 rows behind us.
All right, so it was the only thing that time he said something, the only thing?
That was what you reacted to.
Yeah, I was hearing the whole first half, right? Oh, you didn't hear anything?
He was definitely hollering.
Okay, there we go.
Acted.
But you put out something that was just the only thing, but...
What was the final straw? What was the issue? What was the thing that...
It's not the issue. I'm just seeing you seems to be the first one to always put something bad about me.
Several of us actually tweeted that.
That's fine. It's all over.
Why did you ask for the fan to be ejected?
Because he was cursing me the whole first half, too.
Why didn't you ask for him to be ejected in the first half, then?
Because I never would eject a fan. They pay for tickets, but I had enough, It's a little bit of frustration.
You turned your head and looked over at him after he said that. That's what we saw.
Yeah, that's fine. Be the bad guy in the media, right? It's all right.
Like you're fairly portrayed in the media?
No.
Ooh. Do you feel like you've been fairly portrayed in the media? So, as Tolo Chris has already texted us this morning, getting some Dallas Cowboys sensitivity vibes, like we saw with Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons' brother, Luka Doncic, saying, I don't feel like I'm been fairly portrayed.
Yeah.
I'm happy here.
Luka got siblings that are start popping up on social media.
The Slovenian friends.
That's right. Slovenian Mafia or something like that.
What do you make of it?
I mean, like McMahon was sitting two rows around this guy, and
he said he was hollering.
He said he was hollering, which is fine. I have no problem with fans heckling.
Yeah.
If you get personal and start doing racial slurs and such, it's a different story. But I mean, if you're jawing at the guy all night, I don't even care if you're really cursing at him. I don't really care about that. But just don't get don't get racial. That's it. That's the rule. That's the line. Anything else, I think, is fair game for the most part.
You don't go at the kids.
Try not to go with the kids. If
your wife.
Yeah. Try not to go with the wife.
Family, race.
Family, race.
That's it. Basically.
Yeah, for the most part. And look, you can say a little thing about the kids and the wife. Little bit. Very, very small. Very small things. Very small things. But this is soft. Remember Eddie Johnson?
Eddie Johnson, the old shooter, Houston Rockets, Phoenix Suns, I believe.
Yep. He said, Luka's not the only player removing fans. These rabbit-ear players are crazy. We dealt with Robin Ficker in Washington. He got these guys by name.
I don't know who that is.
Leon the Barber in Detroit.
Yeah.
And a host of fans in Philly and Utah never asked their removal. Stop. And that's just, like players today they don't take it. They don't just take it. And I applaud that in some regard. But there are some where it's not racial or whatever that you got to just sit there and deal with it, man. That's part of being an athlete.
Look, the fan may have been heckling in the first half. Luka Doncic, he's lost all benefit of the doubt with me. I just don't believe him. I don't believe his account when it comes to the nonstop bitching with the referees. And I just don't believe him in general because all he does is whine. It's the boy who cried wolf. It's like, I don't believe it. You cry wolf too many times.
Well, it happens. It happens a lot with him. I mean,
it's insufferable. It is insufferable. If he played for another team, we would all destroy him.
Oh, I mean,
we would kill
Duncan. We killed Duncan for complaining about the calls.
And to the credit of a lot of Mavs fans, when I kind of went after Luka on social media saying this is soft, like this is a soft reaction. They're like, I love him, but it's so annoying. They said this is what you get when you idolize LeBron James, LaFraud James, because you're going to sit there and cry and whine. So that is everything that played out last night at the Double AC. We'll get back into it here on Sean and RJ. We have the step-by-step of why Adrian Griffin was fired in Milwaukee. And we haven't even talked about Jason Kidd. Mavs fans are going after Jason Kidd last night as well. What are you doing to stop this run? Why is Adrian Griffin get fired with a second-best record in the Eastern Conference and Jason Kidd is still around? So Tolos are not happy once again with Jay Kidd, but the move finally happened. He is coming back to the NFL, and we have more details on the Kansas City fan deaths in Missouri. We're just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us. Going to be a crazy one on the Fan.
Coming up.
To be joined by our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, to talk about the return of a coach that he loves. Jim Harbaugh is back in the National Football League. Hopefully, we get to the weekend as quickly as this week has already gone by, at least for us. Hopefully, it is the case for you as well. Back to the Mavs Luka drama after the Suns, the meltdown against the Suns last night, coming up at 6:20. But an update on the Kansas City fans' death.
This is troubling here a little bit. Not troubling, but I mean the whole situation is troubling.
Yeah.
So apparently there's a fifth friend. Okay.
And in case you missed this yesterday, the original story is 3 Chiefs fans went over to a buddy's house to watch the game, and 3 of them ended up dead.
Outside, frozen to death.
Outside, frozen to death, according to the host.
Right.
Police didn't say, yeah, right, frozen to death. The host apparently went upstairs and said, y'all go ahead, party it up. 2 days pass. The loved ones are like, where are you guys at? Why aren't you coming home? A fiance goes to the house, breaks in, and the guy is dead asleep upstairs. Police go to the house. The guy answers the door in his boxers and an empty glass of wine. Kansas City police, in the original story, say no investigation of a homicide, with 3 people dead in the backyard for 2 days, and no one said squat.
Nobody said anything. So those 3 pals, there's a 5th person here who's been unnamed, okay? He told Fox 4, I guess this is in Kansas City, that him and his other 3 friends, when he left, were still awake. So he left around midnight, and all 4 of them, so the host and then the other 3 friends, were still awake. But he also suggested that he was not the last person to see the 3 who passed away alive, okay, before they went unnoticed for 2 days. He got there at 7, left at midnight. They were watching Jeopardy. They were all alive in the early hours of Monday, so midnight-ish. They were all alive according to that. Now, his version contradicts the events by the house host, who said that he told everybody to leave, and everybody left. So that is contradictory. Now,
Wait, did he tell everyone to leave, or he told them he could hang out?
they could hang out.
He said, you can hang out, I'm going to sleep.
But he said in one instance he watched them leave. And then he changed his story and said, I told them they could hang out.
Okay.
So now the parents get involved.
And who was the last person to see these guys?
They didn't name him. He's unnamed, but he's the 5th friend. Okay, he's the 5th. He's part of the group. Now, the parents of one of the friends who passed away, who was found in the backyard, said that he was drugged and dragged outside by the scientist pal, because the guy who was the host worked as an HIV scientist, and that he concocted something. And that's what the dad is saying. So Ricky Johnson's father made these allegations. I believe he drugged them and dragged them outside and waited for 2 days to call the police. And his point is fair. Because he goes, he may have done some drugs and stuff in the past. I don't believe all 3 of them did drugs and fell over dead in the backyard. He said his thing is fair. He goes, these are 3 grown men. If they're out there freezing, they can all kick down a door.
Of course.
Or a window.
You're not trapped in the backyard.
Right. You're not trapped.
You can yell. You can scream. You have cell phones.
You can go to the neighbor's house. It's midnight. You can still go to the neighbor's house. You can go to a gas station. Walk down the street. I mean, everybody in America basically lives like a mile from a gas station at this point. Not quite, but you get the point. Especially in Kansas City. This is not... You're not in Cisco here, for crying out loud. You're not. This isn't Nakona, where you may be miles away. We are talking about a major metropolis in Kansas City, in the area. So that's part of it. Absolutely, somebody could have gotten in that house if they wanted to. Absolutely, unless they were completely knocked out.
Right. That's what makes sense.
And that's what makes sense.
Because we haven't heard any reports about gunshots. We haven't heard anything about stabbing. Somebody took something, whether it was voluntary or not.
And the guy who was the host, the fact that he was asleep for 2 days,
yeah,
according to him,
he was knocked out too.
He was knocked out too. He probably did the same thing they did. The only difference is that he was in a 70-degree home and not outside.
Can you freeze to death? Being knocked out of sleep in 30? You freeze to death with that?
Let's see. Hypothermia, your normal body temperature is 98.6. If it falls below 95, then you get into hypothermia. And if you're outside for 2 days in 30-degree weather, sleeping, there's a good chance you develop hypothermia.
Yeah. Wow. Homicide yet? We going into a homicide investigation? Is that what they said?
Look, let's just say they took some drugs and they all passed out for 2 days. I don't know that that's a homicide. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know how
unless he drugged them.
Unless he drugged them unknowingly, but
then you got to prove that.
You can't prove that now. You just can't prove it because he appears to take him the same thing. People say temperatures from 60 to 65 degrees in your house can lead to hypothermia.
What?
If you just keep the house at 60 degrees, if you're older, an older adult, maybe not somebody who is 35.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. There was a great piece from CBSSports.com that talked about why Adrian Griffin was fired halfway into his first year as Bucs coach after winning 70% of his games. And it has to do, story number one has to do with a former Mavs coach, Terry Stotts, former Mavericks assistant, former head coach of the Blazers. The first warning sign came less than 2 weeks before opening night when Terry Stotts stepped down from his role as an assistant. He had been hired due to his offensive genius. He called it quits after an incident at shoot-around prior to a preseason game against the Thunder. According to The Athletic, Adrian Griffin asked the coaches to meet by themselves while the players did individual shooting. Stotts started talking with Giannis and Damian Lillard, and when he asked for more time with the stars versus going to the coaches meeting, Griffin yelled at him in front of the entire team. Stotts and Griffin already had a tenuous relationship, and that was the final straw.
Wow. That's some Sean Peyton vibes right there, just yelling at Russ right in front of everybody. Like that.
Well, this was a coach.
Yeah, a long time. This is a long time respected assistant coach, Terry Stotts. I think it was a head coach at some point.
I told you Portland.
Yeah, Portland. But he's been in the league forever, and to do that as him, right? That is nothing more than a first year head coach 2 weeks before the season trying to set the tone. He's trying to do something there. That's it. He's making a statement in front of the team.
Tried to sun him.
Yep. And it made the entire team maybe look at him sideways from that moment on. Because you don't do that to Terry Stotts.
Yeah. Your coach is trying to talk with the players. Let him go ahead and have his conversation. We have Giannis going to the whiteboard while reporters were talking to Dame Lillard during media availability. Giannis went to a giant whiteboard that takes up the entire wall of the Bucs locker room, and he starts drawing up plays. And they're like, what's going on here? Then there was an intervention. Giannis and Adrian Griffin arguing at the scores table of a game. Giannis playing coach versus the Heat. There was a foul or not to foul debate. In-season tournament meltdown. We have to be coached better. We have to practice better. This is Giannis saying a lot of these things throughout the first half of the Bucs season. Adrian Griffin bye-bye, and they did formalize with Doc Rivers. Doc is taking over.
Doc's taking over. I mean, I assume they had spoke to Doc before they fired him, right? Like they weren't just going to fire him without having anybody.
Yeah, like the Cowboys did with Belichick and Harbaugh. And
absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So I think that absolutely happened. But man, we were stunned yesterday at 30-13 they would fire him, or at least mildly surprised. There's no more surprise now reading these instances.
Jim Harbaugh is back. Dak's nightmare is also joining the NFC East. And how did Nick Sirianni sound in his return presser compared to Mike McCarthy? We'll talk about it with Roberto Belt as Sean and RJ. Just getting started with the 6 a.m. club next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and we have a lot of things to get to. The payload, y'all. I tweeted this out yesterday. A stunner coming up in the payload. I can't tell whether this is true. I can't tell whether we are being pranked. I don't know, but I cannot wait till 6:40 for Peyton Russell's segment. Back to Luka and the meltdown against Phoenix at 6:20. And what, Bobby?
He's either a liar or an idiot. We'll just have to see at 6:40.
Well, let's not crap all over the possible decision already. It's not you move fast in your relationship. You have
like this.
6:40. 6:40. The big news in the National Football League: the Chargers finally got it done. Jim Harbaugh is back.
Who's got it better than us?
I'm not saying that.
Pretty much every. Like I think the Broncos, the Raiders, the Chiefs, like the whole division.
The whole division. Anybody that's been to a Super Bowl.
No, Bobby.
Or won a Super Bowl.
You gave the prediction. You gave the hot take prediction.
I actually do. I think they win the AFC West next year.
And
I think they win a Super Bowl in the first 3 years he's there.
Woo!
Okay. All right. We'll find out.
Look, I mean that he's got a history of everywhere he goes. He makes improvements. They've already got the quarterback put into place over there. They're a team that has shown, hey, we'll spend money, we'll go get people, we'll do whatever it takes to build a winner here, which has not always been the case for the Spanos family, but they've done it in recent years, and so I absolutely think that this leads to them winning a Super Bowl.
Well, look, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It'd be unique if it did, because generally elite quarterbacks just win, regardless of their coach. It doesn't matter who it is. No matter what idiots out there. They're just gonna win without him.
I don't know. Did it not? And I know it's tough to reflect back on the details of every single game. I just remember watching that game against the Chargers and being like, there is nobody who gets less help from their supporting cast, or just flat out screws you more than what we saw with Herbert in that game. Herbert had guys just dropping stuff wide open and missing easy blocks, and he was always getting, at least in that game, he was getting screwed routinely by his teammates.
Yeah, what about all the other games in which they disappoint, medal around 500 or fall below?
I would guess that it was probably similar for much of the year. Every time I did see them, I would always watch and go this is a stupid football team. They are the Cowboys AFC.
They are. They probably quit on their coach years ago. They should have won a playoff game last year, and they blew it. They had a 4-score lead, for crying out loud.
He's had help. My biggest hope for this is I hope that this creates an LA support system for the Chargers. I hope that the Chargers can finally play a home game and it be a home game. I hope that this revives or creates LA Charger fans so that they don't have to play 17 road games, because I can't stand that. I didn't want a second team going to L.A. I totally disagree with Jerry Jones trying to get more teams in that market. They don't deserve it. They've proven they don't deserve it, and I hope that this ignites them in terms of Charger fandom, and it'll be interesting to see if this team can finally take that major step with a guy whose track record does show within 3 years we're going to be playing really important football games. So how many more excuses can you have for Justin Herbert now? But Jim Harbaugh is going back.
Yeah,
baby.
the excuses are going to be gone. He's going to be, by the end of Harbaugh's tenure here, let's just say that's the end of his contract. He'll be almost 10 years in the league by the end of the contract if he does the entire thing. Almost, not quite.
How long's the deal?
Well, it's they haven't announced the terms, but it's going to be at least 5 years. That's at least. He's not leaving Michigan for a 3-year deal.
Yeah.
So let's just say it's a 5-year contract. That'll take Herbert almost to the end of his run, to 10 years. And if he hadn't figured it out by then, he never will. He just never will.
I'll tell you what I did love yesterday, that we don't like the who's got it better than us, but did you see their tweet announcing that it was Harbaugh, the Chargers account?
No.
They did do the white smoke Pope announcement coming out of the stack.
Yeah, the Pope. They announced a new Pope. We got white smoke.
Yep.
Oh, I thought that was a grill I saw on TV.
That's the
that was
PayPal
them announcing that
we've big green egg.
No, that's
I said that's dirty smoke right there. Gavin Dawson taught me about dirty smoke back when he used to barbecue 15 years ago.
Dawson has taught you a lot about cooking.
And now you just got to get that clean blue smoke. But that's what I thought I was looking at.
They're announcing we've got a new pope. We've got a
ribs
new
out there.
We've got a new leader. We've got white smoke. Harbaugh's here because it's black smoke if they haven't come to a decision.
When they pass away, right? When they die, I think it's
it's black if they haven't come to a decision at the end of each day. White when they have a new pope.
So that was very, very clever. Very, very clever on the Chargers' part. Who they finally do something right over there.
And a great hire because the NFL's better with Jim Harbaugh. It just is.
Michigan replacement, is this an easy one?
Well, it's going to wind up being Sharon Moore, I think, for the most part. Now, there are opportunities for them.
And he took over during the Harbaugh suspensions.
Yes, he did. So Sharon
Has
Moore,
a coach ever gotten promoted after missing how many games of their previous season?
I know, right?
How many games did he get suspended for? He missed the beginning against the Cupcakes, and then he missed the last 6. Don't tell me he missed 9 games.
No, he missed half of them. 6. Wasn't it 3 and 3?
Or 7. I thought it was 4. It was 4 at the beginning, and I think it was 3 at the end.
There you go. So you can get promoted as an NFL head coach, make more money, and win the national championship after getting suspended for half of your season.
Yep. So here are some candidates here. If it's not Sharon Moore. And I think that the number one guy, if they don't go with him, they are absolutely making 2 phone calls right away. The first is to Lawrence, Kansas, and getting Lance Leipold. That's the first one they were. But I think the other first one they would make more quickly is Brian Kelly.
Ugh.
Which I hate him, but he'd be perfect for Michigan because he is hateable. And he doesn't fit in the SEC. And Michigan is a big time job in a state that he has been before, in an area that he has been before and dominated before. So I think that's another one. But the most likely candidate is going to be Sharon Moore, and he's the guy they probably want.
Sharon Moore's got really deep roots in Michigan. Even before he took the Michigan job, he was at Central Michigan for like 4 years and was known as a good recruiter there, and he's somebody who absolutely fits there. And clearly the guys showed that they can play well for him. And so I do think he makes a ton of sense. He's an up-and-coming head. If he doesn't get the Michigan job, he will get a head coaching job somewhere else not too long into the future.
Speaking of up-and-coming, apparently Boomer Esiason said on WFAN, Ben Johnson to D.C. is a wrap. That is happening. Then yesterday, all I read was Commander fans going and digging up quotes about Ben Johnson being this genius, how Zach Taylor is like the guy's brilliant. I've tried to hire him for years and years and years for any part on my staff. But Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, according to Boomer, will now team up with this younger San Francisco executive. So they are going young and fresh in D.C., kind of like the New York Giants did. But
they did.
Their GM at least looked young, and I assume I have to look at Dayball's neck wrinkles to judge his age. Let's see. Brian Dayball is 48. Okay, but there's no way Ben Johnson's 48, so the Commanders are going even younger.
He might be 28.
He's 37.
He's young. He is young, but he's your age.
I'm younger than 37. Thanks, D.
Are you 36?
No, 34. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, the grade just says I'm getting there.
You
40
don't look
now.
34.
Yeah, thanks.
That morning show will age you, boy.
It will.
That's what it does.
The morning show and the presidency. Those are the ones that you never look the same.
I walked in this morning. I said, "Man, you look like crap. What's going on?" He's got the flushed cheeks and everything.
Look, we're struggling without the Adderall. That's what we're doing. We're struggling without the medicine the last few days.
I haven't been able to tell, so keep it up.
I got some stuff. I don't know what it is.
All right. Ooh, that's not.
Mom will see you soon.
It's not drug trade here. You don't. All right, you wait till 6:40.
Look. Look, come on. You're killing that drop. Much like my mom.
6:40. So Ben Johnson, any thoughts on him? What you hear? Should we be worried?
No,
about this new regime?
This is a Dan Campbell guy. Like, this wasn't just in Detroit. Like, he was with Dan Campbell with the Dolphins like years ago. That's a guy that Dan Campbell has kind of brought up. So if you like Dan Campbell, if Dan Campbell concerns you, this is a guy that Dan Campbell has fostered and helped bring up over the course of a decade. But yeah, it's. What I think it's more interesting from the perspective of is it's another in the game of musical chairs. It's another one that Dan Quinn won't be able to sit down in. This is setting up more and more where it's like, okay, if you don't get Seattle, like, you're without a job, the head coaching job.
If he gets a quarterback, he's dangerous. I mean, he's a good play caller. Like they have a good offense up there, and He likes to throw early. He likes to throw. Now, it's not going to be the old school Washington teams.
It's always the question there of, when you hire a coach like this, like, are you going to be able to build out a staff? That's a lot of the time, because I mean, the assistant coaches, the staff that you can build is a lot of times just as important as the head coach. I mean, look at what the Shanahan tree has done and the guys that they've built together, but that's going to be a question for him.
So that's Boomer Esiason saying that. Meanwhile, Choppy, I had the same exact thought as you when the news came out that it looks like Vic Fangio, Dak Prescott's defensive coordinator nemesis, is going to join up with the Eagles. One and done with Miami.
Wow, this is scary. No coach has given a Dak Prescott blueprint better than Vic Fangio. None. Not a single one. The last thing you want is him heading up to your rival, your chief rival. Like the Giants and the Commanders are a rival too, but they're not the chief rival right now.
Right.
Philadelphia is. And if you want to say the issue with Philadelphia this year was talent or the quarterback or the head coach, fine. But if you think part of it was assistant coaching, for them to turn around and get Kingsbury and Fangio.
Well, Kingsbury, is that done?
That's not done.
No.
It's not done, but now there's Fangio.
Well, Fangio is way more
advanced.
Way more close, and that's going to happen.
But let's just say they end up with Cliff and Fangio. Like that's look, if we were in search of two coordinators, that's who we ended up with, we'd be pretty happy with that.
This is the background. Fangio will now be the top target for the Eagles. Miami is allowing him to leave to be closer to his family in Pennsylvania. Fangio and the Eagles had an interest in working together in 2023, but the timing did not work. This time it will. That according to Schefter and Jeremy Fowler. Wasn't Fangio an advisor for them for a second?
He was in 22. Last year he was a senior defensive analyst or something like that. So how much of that, I mean, I don't know. We always hear the analyst or the consultant role, and it's like, how much are you actually involved? He could have been very involved, and Dak performed well against Philly in the one game that year, but it's hard to tell.
So I was in Maryland with the fam to respond in responding to the Dolphins game that they played against Fangio this year. What did y'all say about what Miami's defense or Vic did that day in limiting the Cowboys offense?
It was the most I don't think that he looked bad. Dak did that game. He didn't look great, but I
thought he was I remember that game as him being a little bit let down by the rest of the team.
There was a fumble on the first drive at the goal line.
Yes. Lamb, right?
Lipke.
Yeah, it was Lipke. It was the exchange with Lipke. But it's funny. I went and looked it up because
Cowboys scored 20 in the game, factor in that fumble.
Fangio was the defensive coordinator for the Bears in 2016 when he was a rookie. He was the he was obviously the head coach and the defensive mastermind of the Broncos, and then against the Dolphins. So in 3 games, it's funny, the numbers look better than you would expect for his career against Fangio. It's 7.7 yards per attempt, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. That's Dak's career numbers against Fangio in 3 games, which doesn't feel right. There was some garbage time stuff he did against Denver where they scored 2 touchdowns and things like that. So actually, if you want to look at who does he have, the discussion where you say who has he really gotten worked by as a defensive coordinator over his career, it's Steve Spagnuolo. That's the guy that's really screwed with him.
Yeah. The one thing I remember the Miami game, obviously the fumble, but it was the 2 drives. The Cowboys had the first. They moved the ball at will the first 2 possessions of that Miami game. Down the field, fumble, and the last. Down the field, fumble, down the field, score. And then it was just an awful next 6 or 7 drives before the last one.
That was
Fangio made the adjustments.
That was when the famous where the hell did CeeDee Lamb go? Why didn't you throw him the ball for 3 quarters?
Right.
Yep.
That's where that came from. But when the final drive, when they needed to score, Fangio couldn't come up with anything. They marched down the field and they scored.
And then, of course, the Cowboys defense let them down again in that very last possession when Miami went down there and won it. Cowboys lose 22-20. Dak in that game against Fangio, 20 of 32 for 253, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He was sacked 4 times.
Just let's not ask Mike McCarthy next year before both Philadelphia games if this is personal for him, because they'll be like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know who Vic Fangio is. What do you mean?
That's right. He did not so-called remember with us when we asked about it. A must-hear payload. is coming up at 6:40. It's being reported as a 5-year deal for Jim Harbaugh returning to the NFL with Justin Herbert and the Los Angeles Chargers. But let's talk about that Mavericks mess last night. We may even take a few Maverick phone calls after what happened against Devin Booker and Luka against the fan in the stands. 877-881-1053. That's next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct, and it is a perfect
car in truck wrecks at DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Hardy brings it into the forecourt. He's not looking at the rim. He's going to dribble the final few seconds out, and the Suns win here in Dallas. 132-109, the final score. Their 7th straight win.
Ryan, get that replay of Bobby's hands on the fan cam right there.
I was so close.
Look like a Chiefs receiver in here. Sean, RJ, and Roberto on
so close.
DFW Sports Station. It was a hard catch. It was a rocket throw out of my left hand, too.
Yeah, but from your hands, like, I mean, there's not much you can put on that.
Mavs blow a 16-point lead. Devin Booker destroys them in the third quarter, outscores the entire Mavs team. We got Luka drama in the stands, and the Mavs lose to the red-hot Phoenix Suns, who have won 7 straight.
This is the Mavericks experience. The Dallas Mavericks experience of just the up and the down and the up and the down. And that's what this team has become. And I don't know, what at this point, the outlook on this team is what? Play in, maybe barely get into 6, and ultimately probably
Championship.
First round exit.
Championship.
Yeah. The play in exit?
I can't even keep track of what the freaking play-in is. Is it 9-8, 8-7?
It's
7, 8, 9, 10. Right?
Yeah, it's 7, 8, 9, 10, and you know it's just as important as the IST, the in-season tournament, as we've dubbed it.
That's his 5th ring.
It is.
That's
it's
5
important.
for LeBron, man.
It absolutely is important. But yeah, I mean, yeah,
you know what? I'm tired of that.
You don't like the bet?
No. He should get credit for that championship.
Absolutely. He does. Yes, he should, but not as an NBA championship.
Yeah.
Like,
no, not the IST.
Oh, the bubble one.
The bubble.
Yes. No, we're talking
the bubble for sure.
We're talking IST.
No, the other day when we said LeBron had 4, we forgot the bubble one, I think.
No, bubble is because
bubble counts?
2 with Miami.
Okay.
He won the one after the Mavs and the first Spurs one, then lost the second.
Yeah.
And then
won one in Cleveland.
One in Cleveland, and then the bubble.
Because people mock the bubble one too.
They do. And look, I mean,
I don't think that's fair. There's a lot of players who tell you like that was the purest basketball we played.
In the toughest environment.
Yeah, they were like we just it was all about basketball.
I think the Dodgers one is far more
asterisk.
That was a 60-game season. Right. That's not even half of a Major League Baseball season. But they play in the NBA that year, 65 games. I mean, the thing's it ended in March. We're a month away from the playoffs.
Anthony Rendon's dream. All right, Bobby, sorry, back to you.
So I think that one of the things that you look at here is just this is a team that because the inconsistency and the up and the down, you're likely looking at first round exit or play-in exit. And unless something just game-changing falls into your lap here in the next couple weeks leading up to the NBA trade deadline, that is the team that you are.
They did not have Kyrie last night. Let's go ahead and point that out. Grant Williams looked like a new man. Looked like he was balling, hit 2 early threes. They were up 16, as I said, and then the complete disintegration, technical fouls, Luka Doncic in the stands. What do we make of that incident and what happened? I want you to think about that. You can hit us up on the TrevorTech.com text line. But Jason Kidd, you can tell that he really wants to put Luka on blast for all the whining and the crying with the refs. This was Jay Kidd on things getting out of control and arguing with the Stripes.
No, I think it's a trend here. Unfortunate. The referees are the referees. They're going to make calls, good or bad, just the nature of the league. But we can't get calls every time down. So we have to be better. But it's January, the end of January, mentally and physically fatigued, and sometimes you short circuit, and so we have to be better at that as a group. A lot of tees, ejections, so we'll go back and talk about that. But again, that first half, we put ourselves in a good position. In the second half, give them credit, Book got going, and we channel 5'd them. We did everything we could. We just couldn't stop them.
A triple technical early, the first of 7 such fouls. I like the intensity early, but it's like the Mavericks could not handle it. Luka getting a tech on the way to the locker room after twisting his ankle. You had Nurkic there having us tweet about Draymond Green being called in. Devin Booker with that little sly smile as Devin Booker said, oh, it was a Suns fan that Luka got ejected. Get me his information. I got some tickets for him down the road. He did. He said that after the game, and he's like, that must have shook Luka up to hear someone in his own building heckling him. You usually don't get that at home, but I usually do a good job of tuning out the fans. That was Devin Booker.
Does he? Yeah, somebody else on that team doesn't. I'll tell you that right now.
Kevin
Durant. Yeah, he doesn't do a good job of tuning out anybody. But look, I get it. It's gotta suck to be heckled at your own building, in your own barn. But I mean, how different is that than people in Philadelphia booing their own players when they do bad?
Right.
I mean, it's part of it, man. Like, as long as he wasn't going out of line with by saying things about family or race, then that's, to me. I mean, you gotta take it, man. He's gotta take it. It's part of being a professional athlete.
Apparently, this fan, according to Tim McMahon, who was sitting right in front of this fan, yelled, Luka, you're tired. Get your ass on the treadmill.
Oh, no.
And Luka had him thrown out. Now, Luka is saying that the fan was heckling him throughout the entire first half, and this was just the final straw. McMahon did not include that in his reporting, and that led to Luka being really ticked off with Tim in the post.
Luka, what were you frustrated about at the end of the second quarter when you got that technical?
I know I saw you when you said about the fan, that was not a true all. That was not the only thing he said. But I knew you would be the first one to point out something like that. I'm not going to say what he said, but I knew you were going to be the first one to put out something like that. So I just saw it, man. It's just funny. He always seemed to be the first one to put some bad stuff about me.
First of all, 99% of the stuff I've written about you has been good.
I don't know.
I was sitting 2 rows behind us.
All right, so it was the only thing that time he said something, the only thing?
That was what you reacted to.
Yeah, I was hearing the whole first half, right? Oh, you didn't hear anything?
He was definitely hollering.
Okay, there we go.
Acted.
But you put out something that was just the only thing. But
what was the final straw? What was the
issue?
What was the thing that?
It's not the issue. I'm just seeing you seems to be the first one to always put something bad about me.
That's actually tweeted that.
That's fine. It's all over.
Why did you ask for the fan to be ejected?
Because he was cursing me the whole first half too.
Why didn't you ask for him to be ejected in the first half then?
Because I never would eject a fan. They pay for tickets, but I had enough, It's a little bit of frustration.
You turned your head and looked over at him after he said that. That's what we saw.
Yeah, that's fine. Be the bad guy in the media, right? It's all right.
Like you were fairly portrayed in the media?
No.
Whoa.
Well,
about that.
I get the, first off, I think it's funny. I would never have a fan ejected from the arena. You just did, though. So, you can't say you never would. But the thing there is that I do get the frustration of, if you feel like I was taking a ton in the first half. And then, when we start losing and I hear it again, it's like, you know what? Get him out. I'm tired. I'm just tired of hearing it. And right now I'm frustrated. Just get him out. I get that. And that context is missing. It seems like when we see it on Twitter.
If it's true.
Yeah. Well, McMahon said, he was hollering. And so, McMahon did hear him yelling at him the entire first half. And so Luka's frustrated with the idea of, you didn't give the back context of, that's not the first comment I heard from the guy. So I understand being frustrated by that. It's still soft.
Yeah.
It's still soft, but I do understand, feel like this doesn't give the complete picture of why I was so frustrated. Yeah. And I don't think McMahon is at least I've never gotten the impression he's just this anti-Luka troll who's going to assassinate his character all the time.
Yeah, Luka probably has not loved Tim, is the one who's been on the weight stories, the conditioning stories.
Tim generally is, I wouldn't call him negative, but I certainly wouldn't refer to him as a,
he's down for
he's not positive Pat.
He's down for confrontation.
Yeah.
He almost sounded excited yesterday when Luka went at him. He's okay, here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
And McMahon's getting
Why did he say that?
He's getting destroyed on Twitter. McMahon is. He's getting absolutely roasted for being.
That's foam finger guy though. That's MFFL guy.
Oh yeah,
that's that's going under McMahon, and it's fine.
But when I was calling out Luka, whenever right now I call out Luka for complaining too much, the majority of Mavs fans, at least on my timeline, they don't fight with me about it. You can't continue to defend it. It's exhausting. It ruins watching his greatness. And don't get me wrong, and I've defended him, since after his rookie year. RJ hit on him early along with Bassick, but the Trae Young comparisons were ridiculous. He is unstoppable. He's unstoppable. He's a better basketball player than Dirk. That he's going to the Hall of Fame, but this is just, it makes it tough to go ahead and watch. And Jason Kidd was asked, what do you specifically tell Luka when he does this?
Yeah, that's a great question, Tim. Don't have an answer. I think we might have jinxed it, today talking about he hadn't had a T. Boston has been, it had been a while before Boston. And you could see Boston, he was running hot, and tonight he was running hot. We'll talk to him about it. He's a competitor. He likes to have discussions with the referees, but he has to be better. And as a group, we have to be better. Again, we can't come out of halftime and give up a 40-something quarter against a very good team. It puts too much pressure on your defense, and it puts way too much pressure on your offense when you're not shooting the ball straight. And that's the way it's been here this week.
Chris in Fort Worth, you're live on Sean and RJ to talk about the Mavs. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
No problem.
First of all, I want to say, hey, I'm a MFFLer, man. I love my Mavs. Second thing I want to say is J. Kidd needs to go, man. He, a head coach needs to bring intensity. They need to bring fire. They need to draw X's and O's. That timeout he called last night to have like a little committee meeting and ask them, hey, what's going on? There's no fire there. I miss Carlisle. I miss Jim Carrey. I miss him bringing that heat. With the players, man. I mean, I could go on and on about this. We've had a lot of injuries. People coming back, getting their legs underneath them. People coming back and learn how to play together as a group. We had a good draft pick, my boy Lively out of Duke, but I feel that he's lost the team on the floor and in the locker room.
Thank you for the call. And there has been for a couple of years now, a lot of Mike McCarthy-esque vibes towards Jason Kidd.
Yeah, but it's the opposite of this. Teams always go for the opposite. If you had a authoritarian, the next guy is going to be the easy one. We go from Don Nelson to Avery Johnson.
Right.
So, you couldn't get more opposite than those two.
And it's different in the sense that the McCarthy vibes, that's definitely become that. But think about how much goodwill Jason Kidd had built up after that first year. It was always the man pressing all the right buttons, knows just how to challenge Luka, took this group of Luka and a bunch of dudes and willed them to the Western Conference Finals. What an incredible job. How could you ever question what Nico and Kidd and then want to do? And then that disappeared all in the span of about a half a season.
Mavs have lost 3 straight and 4 of 5.
I do think, though, that if from an attractiveness to free agents when they've got cash, Kidd is far more. What are you smiling about over there? Kidd is far more likable and attractive than most coaches.
The segment I've been waiting for over 12 hours. Is it true what we were told last night? We dive into it with a humongous life change possibly for Peyton Russell in the payload next.
Let's get you over to
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is time for the payload. 6:40 on a Thursday. Weighing on the conversation, and boy, it's a pretty big conversation here. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com fan text. Guys, we'll get right to it. We make big decisions in life. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. Sometimes we just say screw it and do it because we just think that way. And we made a pretty big life decision not too long ago. I sent y'all the email last night of the payload topics, and it was a big one. Sean immediately tweeted out the tease.
Yeah.
Got a lot of interaction, a lot of guesses. A couple got it right, surprisingly. A lot of got it wrong, but I've talked before about, and look, it's a payload. I like to keep it real on here, with the life decisions or just funny content, whatever. Keep, take it away from sports for, 15, 20 minutes. And, a little while ago, I had said, hey, look, I'm looking to move out. It always been, a goal of mine for this year coming into 2024. And I am moving out, but not on my own. I am moving in with a girlfriend. Me and Mackenzie have had long conversations about it. We know it's a huge decision for us, life-changing, could be relationship jeopardizing, but we agreed that it was best for both of us financially to move in with each other.
And how long have you been dating?
3 months tomorrow. And by the way, happy early birthday to Mackenzie. Tomorrow's her birthday. So.
Oh, happy birthday, Mackenzie.
Happy birthday.
3 months tomorrow. So you started dating on her birthday?
No, tomorrow.
No, tomorrow would be 3 months. Tomorrow's her birthday.
Tomorrow's her birthday. Okay.
Yeah. It was October 26th is when we technically started dating.
My dad's birthday. Look at that.
Happy birthday, Senior Chop.
That was. So wait, and you
hang
met
on,
her?
Hang on. And I know I'm probably going to end up sounding stupid here. All right. I said, how long have you been dating?
3 months.
3 months. And then as an aside, tomorrow's her birthday.
Correct.
Tomorrow's not the anniversary.
Tomorrow is, yeah.
Tomorrow's the 3-month anniversary.
Yeah. So
not the 1 year anniversary.
Okay.
3 months.
And tomorrow, and when is her birthday?
Tomorrow. So our 3 months and her birthday are on the same day.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
All right. Got it.
So, and you met October 26th, or that was the day you guys made it official?
That was the soft launch. That was the official
soft
day.
launch.
We've known each other since August. We started talking in August.
All right. Well, that is different, right? That's now you're at 6 months. It's what I mean, right?
Yeah, we've been hanging out weekends for 4.5 months, 5 months now. So now I know it's still really quick for a lot of people.
Wow.
But I know it's the payload, but I want the floor to be y'all's on this one. Let me have it. Sean, you want to keep it real? Let's, just let me have it. Now, she does go back and listen, so, let's not destroy the whole. If we want to just talk me and talk crap about me, we can talk on the side, but, know.
Bobby and I, we like her. She was our number one takeaway from Boomer Jacks.
She's funny.
Well, number two.
I don't even know her, so I'm not even in this.
Yeah. Well, you don't acknowledge other people's significant others. We've already established that.
I acknowge yours. I still haven't met Bobby's.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, one of these days.
Well, actually, the number one takeaway from Boomer Jacks was Wolchuk, but Mackenzie was too. So my first thought was like, oh man, I was thinking 3 months in my mind because that's what he sent us.
Yeah,
3 months, really fast,
very fast.
And I was like, okay, they're getting married, and Peyton, I was a little bit worried. Is going in way too fast. He's that type of dude in a relationship that he meets you and he's just dying to get married. And this could be a little bit dangerous. And then when you just described it right there and you first said this is the best financial decision and didn't say anything else after that, that worried me a tiny bit. I don't want it to be financial based just for you guys. But look, this is what I always say about quick marriages. When it works, it's this great
right?
1950s, 60s tale. I knew. I told her the first time. You can either be a stalker, you can be a psychopath, or you could just know. I told your mother the first day I met her we were going to get married. That could get you a restraining order, or it can work out and you have an all-time love story. And I would lean right now towards an all-time love story.
Oh,
that's what I would lean towards. I was trying to observe you guys a little bit. It's definitely fast, but when you know. Amanda and I probably did it on a very quick pace. Get your jokes in. But we were older. We were older, right?
We were older.
First time she gave
you.
Well, she's we're having a geriatric baby. I think that's what they call it.
I mean, I don't
you're
know.
over 35. You're geriatric. She's geriatric.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're older. We're older. We know we are. I have good vibes. I was alarmed, but I do have good vibes down the road. And we need the Tolo advice. Peyton asked for Tolo advice on what to know about living with a girl.
Have you guys obviously spent the night a lot, so
that's a good question. Have you? How many times have you spent the night together?
Oh, I mean, every weekend for the past 6 weeks.
Okay,
that's not that's only a dozen times.
No, I was thinking it was less. But you both live with your parents?
Yeah.
So you just alternate or crash over each other's parents'
she'll just come over to my house.
Okay. All right. Okay.
She's still going to end up living with Daddy.
Night, yeah.
Have you tooted in front of her yet?
Yes, I did.
A
couple weeks ago. Yes. I pooped in front of her.
With the door open? Hang on. You have to think about that?
Well, because there's the bathroom door, and then there's the bathroom of the bathroom door. To get in, there's a door to get into my bathroom, and then there's another door.
There's a water closet.
Yeah, so the door to the bathroom is closed.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. That's okay. She a mess of the bathroom, or do you like Sarah? She would not move in until I stopped.
Toothpaste.
Putting toothpaste all over the mirror.
Oh, no,
mirror?
Not the mirror. I don't.
How do you get it on the mirror?
I'm a violent toothbrusher.
It's in the sink.
Yeah, when I do my tongue and my roof of my mouth, it just sprays everywhere.
I've roomed with you plenty of times. I've never seen toothpaste on our
hotel
hotel mirror.
It's 4 or 5 days. It's not like
toothpaste on the mirror.
Yeah, when you're brushing, I brush the roof of my mouth, it flies out.
How do you do it again?
Like that. Just brushing the roof, just flies everywhere.
What'd your parents say? What did both sets of parents say? Anyone alarmed? Anyone whoa, pump the brakes?
I mean, sure, her dad was a little bit, I think. He didn't disagree with it, but he was just, because his thing was always because we are renting a home. We're not buying a house, just to make that straight. We looked at apartment.
We know your salary.
It was a little more than an apartment still. But, he was more into, well, you're throwing money away. You're renting. You stay here. But we have both been trying to move out. And that was the thing that made it kind of an easy decision was when I first brought it up, she was like, that's perfect.
So you brought it up to her?
I brought it up not as let's do it immediately, but I was like, what do you think about this? Because I want to know her plans. I want to know what she thinks about me, if she can see herself living with me in the future.
Yeah.
And then it escalated a little quickly. And she was like, and obviously we'll split rent. I don't want you covering the whole thing. And I was like, that makes it a little better.
Who said that to who?
She told me that. She told me that she would
Gabrielle
split the
Union.
rent. We'd go half and half. So that made it a little easier because obviously it's cheaper that way.
And how old are each of you?
I'm 27. She's 24.
Okay.
All right.
I didn't realize the gap was that big between y'all.
Yeah.
What changed in 2 weeks? From 2 weeks ago in the payload, you were like, yeah, she's just so immature, to now you want to live with her.
He didn't say that, Mackenzie. He didn't say that. So you're renting an apartment or house?
House. We looked at apartment, but she's bringing a dog with her that she has a small.
What area are you living?
It'll still be Rockwall. It's closer to the highway, so technically the route is quicker. I
know. What's the difference in drive?
9 minutes.
9 minutes?
We are closer to a thoroughfare.
That's good.
Yeah, because now when I told y'all,
you're farther away from Heath.
Yeah, because she works out there, so her drive to work is a little longer. But
9 whole minutes.
And I had suggested Dallas, but she obviously was like, I'm driving in a rush hour, you're not. And she didn't want to live in the big city. So, I understand.
Big city.
That was fine. Because here's the thing, was we were both going to move out eventually, soon. And if I had gotten an apartment in Dallas and she stayed in Rockwall, then we're still trying to, fight to meet each other on the weekends. But we're both paying separate rents. So I think it's a better decision than just it's really quick.
All right, 3 months after making it official, Peyton Russell is moving in with the girlfriend. Bobby, your thoughts?
That now this is just another thing that Kristen's gonna yell at me for. Like, Peyton got into a house before us. That's when is the house party? When is the first time that you're throwing a party and we're just all going over there?
Oh man. Well, let's see. Y'all are gone because we're either moving in next weekend or the week after.
Already?
Yeah, like we signed a lease a couple days ago.
So you've been sitting on this for a couple days, just not sharing.
Yeah, because your big mouth would bring it up on the radio or tweet it out. So, I can't trust you.
Me specifically?
And I had to talk to her just to be like, hey, I'm going to share this with the world, basically,
The whole world. Have you gone on a trip together yet?
We've gone to Houston and Shreveport, but not like a flight week-long trip. But, we've had road trips, stuff like that.
So when are you getting married?
That's not in the question right now. We're taking things slowly.
You're
slowly.
But you are an accelerator of relationships, right?
Yeah, and look.
I mean, you go in. You're all in.
Yeah, look. I don't date to just boost the resume.
Wow.
I'm not just dating for a few months and saying, okay, I'll move on to the next girl. I'm dating. I would say dating to marry, but if it gets to that point.
Fuzzy tweeted, I moved in with my girlfriend after 3 weeks. Not a big deal if the two of you communicate and vibe well. What is your biggest concern, you think, with each other over your daily habits?
Well, the biggest concern about this whole thing was we have not had a big fight yet. We've had disagreements, and so that's the big thing. That's what my friend said was
You've been very negative this segment.
That's not negative at all.
It's coming. Don't worry, it's coming.
It is. Is that negative or is that factual?
You're just very pessimistic.
Hang on, is that negative or factual?
It's going to be factual, but it's a factual negative statement.
All facts are negative.
To me, have you been on trips? Have you this? Have you that?
The trips is a very inquisitive question.
I know,
that is not negative.
Everything is pessimistic.
That's not. I don't know where you get pessimism out of that. If you go on a trip, it's a factual question.
I do think that there is some truth to that. I would have a little bit of reservation of y'all don't even know how you handle a big fight. There is some concern about that.
And what do you think is your maybe daily habits that how's laundry going to be handled? Cooking, cleaning. How's all that going to be worked out?
So we both cook. She cooks for her family. I just cook for myself. So we've talked about alternating days. And if I cook all week or she cooks all week, that's fine. She cleans at her place. I clean at my place. So I don't think there's going to be a big issue there. Sure, she'll have more laundry than me, but I'm not picky about that stuff.
Do you like her dog?
Yes, yeah. And her dog likes me, barked at me at first, but, we'll cuddle now. So it's a little 8-pound dog, too. Toy Australian Shepherd. Nothing bad. But, yeah, so updates will happen, but I think the big move-in will be next week. And then, of course, the house party. It's a little drive out there, but I'll supply all the food and alcohol for y'all. So.
Oh, wow. Peyton's going to have a house party before Choppy does. Although I went to your first house, very nice house, but not the new one.
No, the new one, I had nothing to offer the new one. Now I do, but it's a mess. And
why is it a mess?
Because we don't have any place we have no place for storage.
Chop can't even tell me when he's in Flower Mound. He's not inviting us to his house.
We have no storage. We need more storage.
3 months in, and Pay is making it official with the move-in with Mackenzie. Congratulations, Peyton. Congratulations, Mackenzie. Adrian Beltre getting all his flowers and the congratulations for making it into the Hall of Fame. He talked about it with KMC. And let's compare Nick Sirianni and his plan for coming back versus Mike McCarthy's. But we celebrate the Rangers Hall of Famer on Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Yesterday, Adrian Beltre had the press conference. Derek Holland, Cole Hamels. I saw Elvis, former teammates sitting there to give the man his Hall of Fame flowers as he held the press conference and had the interview with this station. In case you are new to us, we're the home of the World Series champions, 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Treef alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt. And Adrian Beltre called in to the KMC Masterpiece, and they asked him, what does it mean for you to be now amongst the all-time greats?
You know, to be honest, it hasn't set in yet. But I think for me, it's like being named along those greats of the game that, you know, players that I admire, players that are my idol. And I'm going to have the chance to be in the same podium with those guys. For me, it just says it all. You know, I never expected to be here. But I'm humble. I'm completely honored to be called Hall of Fame and be in the same conversation with those greats of baseball.
And then they asked what it was like to go ahead and finish here. You know, what Texas meant to him during that last stretch of his career when he turned into that MVP candidate.
Texas meant a lot to me and my career and my family. I think, you know, they embraced me when I got here. They make me feel comfortable. The fans, the front office, everybody just so welcoming and grateful. And I'm grateful for them because they took a risk of signing a guy that allegedly was a contract, player. You know, the way that he received me, the way that the fans were supporting the team, the teammates that I found here, everything was just was meant to be, I think. And obviously, the Rangers has a lot to do with what I'm at right now.
Look, it was. There's no doubt when he was signed here, that was a talking point.
He got that little dig in.
Yes, he did.
Love it.
Now listen, it was fair. It was fair. That criticism was fair. You cannot make that argument that it wasn't fair.
Yeah, but it shouldn't come from the commissioner.
It should not come from the commissioner.
I'm trying to think of another commissioner getting involved or making a comment on a contract. David Stern stopped, of course, the Chris Paul deal to the Lakers.
That was a trade, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can stop a trade if you want to, if you're the commissioner, because you think it's not fair. But this is a signing. Like, now, if I was the Major League Baseball Players Association, I'd be like, no, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you're trying to keep salaries down. Not cool, man. But Bud Selig's a moron. So it's kind of par for the course. It was the right thing for him to say. He's the wrong guy to say it. He should not have said it. But at the time, you could have argued that it was a questionable signing that worked out as magnificently as any signing in I could think of in this city.
Yeah, and I had said it yesterday or Monday, I can't remember, that, to me, he is top 10 most adored DFW athletes. Like, there's nothing bad you can say about Adrian Beltre in the time that he spent here, even if Corey Majors doesn't want to build him a statue.
Yeah, that's right. The guys that were there representing with support: Pudge, Michael Young, Kinzer, Elvis, Chu, Gentry, Murphy, Sheppers. This takes you back, right? Hamels, Holland, Mike Adams, Tolo, Tollison, Oliver, and Robinson Chirinos. So those were a lot of the formers showing up, and he called into the KMC Masterpiece because we are your home of the World Series champs. Did you get that? Is that a decent clip to play?
Yeah, Beltre's not like crapping on it or anything. He's just agreeing that he thought, the votes were too high. He's just being the nice guy.
Okay, they asked him, what do you have to say to the 14 people who did not include you on the ballot? But of course, he's going to have fun and he's going to joke about it. Jim Harbaugh is back in the National Football League. The Chargers get a 5-year deal done with Harbaugh.
All right, so Harbs is back, and we will see what kind of staff he puts together and what happens, all that, but more importantly, what this means for the Cowboys of the AFC.
Yes,
but they're really not even that's a disrespect to the Cowboys, because the Cowboys always make the playoffs every year.
Right.
The Chargers are kind of a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean,
but
right.
they underachieve.
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
just underachievers.
Absolutely.
Both teams are.
Cowboys make the playoffs, and then they completely crumble under the leadership of their head coach. So that makes sense.
Well, and their quarterback.
Yeah, mainly the head coach. So I think it's probably fair. Jim Harbaugh. I think this is a fantastic hire, and he is equal parts villain and equal parts hero. Like he is so fascinating to me. The reputation that he has, and I think he's such a perfect fit for not only just being back in the NFL, but like for what the Chargers are doing and trying to bring them to a state of prominence and build energy around that and build a natural fan base. I think he's absolutely perfect.
Meanwhile, more and more people are wondering why Belichick is not done, like Dan Wetzel Yahoo.
Dan Wetzel wrote a really good article yesterday, and Dan Wetzel is somebody who, to be fair, has been a big, Bill Belichick fan the whole time. He's written a couple different columns about like, hey, Belichick's out there, you need to go after it. And he's getting to the same point that the rest of us are, which is like, why is nobody interested in this guy? Like, there's something we're completely missing. He's just officially gotten one interview, Atlanta, and that's it. Like he's interviewed twice, but he's gotten one interview, and it's just Atlanta. And he's got a line in here that he wrote for Yahoo the other day that I think is fascinating. He goes, in a sign of how strange this all is, Dan Quinn, the current Cowboys defensive coordinator and then Atlanta head coach who blew that Super Bowl to the Belichick's Patriots, has interviewed with the Chargers and Commanders per numerous media reports, is scheduled to talk with Carolina and Seattle. Make that make sense. And he's just basically said, look, if you follow the trail of everybody who's gotten interviews throughout this cycle, there's no reasonable explanation that Belichick wouldn't be included in that. And so my theory, the one I'm developing right now, Sean, is Belichick is going to wait out Dallas. That's what I think is happening. I think he's going to, that's my thought, is that he's going to wait a year and he's going to see.
Okay, but I thought you were ruling the Cowboys out because of kind of what went off about the other day, how the power would have to shift with their current front office.
I think another year of failure and disappointment and having to go back to that well. And again, we talked about it yesterday. You are potentially looking at Belichick next offseason could potentially be looking at Philly open, Dallas open, Giants, Bills. Like, there's a lot of jobs out there that could be open to him that are more intriguing than this one.
Could you imagine the Bills?
Oh,
division revenge.
Now he might want that, right? Now he ain't going to the Jets. He hates the Jets, so like that's out. So it's out of Miami or Buffalo.
The Jets hate him too.
The Jets hate him too. So that's out. But Miami or Buffalo, and Miami ain't going to be open.
Could you imagine Bill Belichick though coaching Aaron Rodgers for the New York Jets?
Oh, God. Speaking of Philadelphia, it looks like they are bringing in Vic Fangio, one and done in Miami. It sounds like the Dolphins are doing him a favor, saying, yeah, you got family there in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Go ahead and be the Eagles DC, a.k.a. Dak's nemesis.
Yeah, that's a classy move by the org if they want to let him do that, be close to family. But this is Mr. Dad Prescott. That's who he is, okay? He is the daddy. He's Dak's daddy, man. This is scary if he goes if it's official and it's done, that you could file this into this kind of scary category because and it's been with multiple teams that he's done this with. It's not just with the same personnel.
One that he did it with against Dak, though. Realistically, it is like he's not played great in the 3 games against Fangio, but honestly, like there's only been one where he was owned, and that was Denver.
That was Denver. But even this year, the first 2 drives, the Cowboys looked really, really good, and then they went on a spell for 2 quarters.
But he wasn't awful. It was just they were
just, I'm moving the ball. Yeah.
It was neutral, and then by the end of the game, they moved the ball down the field effectively. This one doesn't make me panic at all. Like this hiring, it does. It's something that
the 85 Bears could come in the division, and you think everything's fine with your quarterback.
It's something that he'll have to adjust to. Something
they're beatable.
Wait, all right, we're gonna have to.
What'd you say?
They're beatable.
I hate doing this. I hate having to like set you guys up for bets that then you guys have to either like eat hot sauce on the air or like pay money or whatever else, but that's fine. We'll come up with some sort of a bet. Now you're gonna back me into a corner, challenge my quarterback.
What's the bet gonna be? Philly QBR?
Yeah, honestly, it'll be cumulative QBR against Philly next year.
All right,
which will be 100.
Let's compare the Nick Sirianni return message with Mike McCarthy's as Howie Roseman, Eagles GM, was asked, why are you bringing Sirianni back yesterday?
We're 26-5 over the last 31 games. I mean, that's 4 times the amount of games that we played over this stretch. That is hard to do in the National Football League. That is hard to find a head coach in this league who has that record of success. I think we were 33-11 up until that point with Nick. We made the playoffs 3 straight years again. not okay finishing 1-6. So I'm not sitting up here saying that, but it is hard to find somebody who can do those sort of things.
Boy, and I love what Sirianni, I do not like Nick Sirianni. I love what he said yesterday at his press conference. He was asked about this, the idea of, having to reprove himself. Because, the Cowboys, their whole thing is just like business as usual, steady as she goes. What are you talking about? Best winning percentage in the history of the franchise? Why wouldn't we bring this guy back? Nick Sirianni yesterday said, in my mind, you better believe I'm thinking, how do I reprove myself again? I was a young coach that Mr. Lurie and Howie and this organization trusted to give the job to. He said that you better believe that I'm thinking that after finishing 1-6, I'm going to have to prove them right again. I like that. They're basically saying I've lost all goodwill that I've built up and I've got to start over from ground zero.
Meanwhile, we have another coach out in the NBA. Thanks to, let me get the Tolo. Oh, TR, Diego, D. They're always sending the messages. Jeremy as well. Wes Unseld Jr. is out. Who he coached for, RJ Choppy?
I'll guess the Wizards.
Good job. Wes Unseld.
The Bullets. He coaches the Bullets.
Jr. out as Wizards head coach and will move to a front office role.
So that's a promotion demotion.
What is that? Yeah, why
that's
do
a
they
promotion demotion?
Why do they do that? Just to have the guts to say you're gone.
Meanwhile, RJ Choppy with an NFL Conference Championship media watchdog for Lamar Jackson being asked about Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, okay. So this is a little media watchdog action here. All right, so Lamar Jackson was talking about the prospects of playing against Mahomes. Do you like...
Which Mahomes, I think, by the way, has gone 5 straight playoff games without throwing a pick. So he's looking to make some history going 6 straight.
Pretty good. He's stupid, man. He is insane. But he was asked about, hey, you really like this rivalry? You get up for this? And the headline, I did not believe, matched the quote.
I don't like competing against him at all. But yeah, he's a great quarterback. Definitely a Hall of Famer. It's not even it's a no-brainer. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. But it's just, I believe it's just two greats, up-and-coming greats, just going toe-to-toe, like a heavyweight fight.
Headline, CBS Sports, Lamar Jackson on facing Patrick Mahomes in the AFC Championship game. I don't like competing against him at all.
Yeah.
Sporting News, Lamar Jackson says he doesn't like competing against Patrick Mahomes at all. But if you listen to the cut, it's 100% him being funny with the media. But it's being spun by some to be like Lamar is either scared or not a competitor.
Definitely.
Or whatever. And if you go listen to the quote before you tweet about it, like you should, then you don't come to that conclusion because he was completely joking and it was funny. And I think if you don't think Allen likes competing against Mahomes, you're insane. Or Young and Aikman, or Brady and Manning, or now Lamar and Mahomes. They enjoy competing against each other.
Dak Love.
Dak and Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Media watchdog. They should make it a college course.
By the way,
make it a college course.
You mentioned 5 straight games without an interception. I was just curious. I was like, what do his numbers look like in the postseason? Mahomes' first career, it's an old 16-game season's worth. He is 13-3, 38 touchdowns, 7 interceptions in the playoffs.
Oh, my goodness. An NFL analyst, a former head coach, says that Dak Prescott should demand a trade. We have the team, and I want to know from the Tolos what compensation you would actually do it for. Someone's saying Dak needs to get the hell up out of here, where he should go, and what you would take back to start off the commercial-free expressway next.
Let's get you over to Q.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts because it is the expressway right now, The Fan.
Commercial free for the next 35 minutes here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers and Dallas Cowboys.
Have you noticed he only stumbles over his reads when I don't talk in his ear now?
Yeah.
It's like he needs the pressure.
You make him better.
I do.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like regular season Dak.
Oh, no.
So, Jeff Saturday.
Keep taking shots. Keep taking shots, John.
Jeff, I said he should get an extension and a raise, so I can say it.
What did Jeff Saturday say?
Jeff Saturday said that Dak Prescott should request a trade, and he has an exact team in mind, and RJ and Bobby already came up with possible compensation. So let's see if this would make sense to the Tolos in DFW.
Dak needs to walk into Jerry Jones's office and say, this is where I want to go. Trade me there now. And Jeff, you know exactly where that should be.
The Atlanta Falcons.
Do it.
Oh, today. Go in there with the papers today. Let's get this thing fast forwarded. Go down. Look, you got plenty of talent. You have, hopefully, Bill Belichick is going to be the coach or somebody's going to be in there to make this and turn this. But they play good on defense. They have weapons on offense. And you're talking about a guy who's going to walk in and command that type of energy. And you're in the NFC South. Mm-hmm. And I'm not trying to knock conferences or divisions, but I will say,
they're bad.
It tends to be a little
The champion of the division was 9-8.
I don't want to take a shot, but yeah, exactly. Like if you're 9-7, okay, that's our mark. Let's go get this thing. And so if I'm Dak Prescott, this is my kind. I just hand it to Jerry.
After what they've had there, you don't think they're going to give him the contract that he wants? Wouldn't Atlanta give him that contract in the blink of an eye?
Arthur Blank today.
Dak Prescott.
All right, today.
This is a different scenario. I do want to be clear on this because whenever we talk about something like this, inevitably what we get is like, you guys clickbait, and why are you even suggesting? This is under the scenario. We're not suggesting trading Dak Prescott. That's not what's here. I mean, Choppy may be about to suggest that. But what this is like Jeff Saturday is talking about a scenario where Dak says, I am done.
Yeah.
And I want to go. And that would honestly be what it would have to take because he has a no trade clause. He would pick where he wants to go.
Which you think he would do and demand and say if they did not go ahead and give him this next extension, make him wait it out.
I don't know that he would demand a trade, but I do think that if he was exposed to the open market, then he would leave. I don't think he's coming. I do feel like that. I feel like if you don't get an extension done, you let him run out, he is leaving.
Yeah.
That's what I think is
happening.
happening.
Before we dive into this, who has the right here? Who has more right to have the feeling of, no, you owe us? Do the Cowboys have more of a right now to say to Dak, you maybe had the worst playoff performance of a quarterback and worst playoff loss in the history of our franchise. You couldn't get us to round 2. You need to be swallowing your pride a little bit and not getting $60 million. Or is it Dak on the other side saying, I had a top 3, top 2 MVP season for you, 12 wins again, dealt with a new head coach, new scheme, or different change in the language, top scoring offense. You owe me that $60 million. Which side do you think? I know what the fans are going to say. The fans are going to text, no, Dak should eat it a little bit, and he should swallow his pride because he can't get it done and get this team to the second round, or at least didn't this year. I'm just curious before we get into this Falcons fun scenario, what you think of that.
I mean, neither one has strong footing today, right? The team doesn't have strong footing to say you need to take a pay cut, and Dak doesn't have strong footing based on this, like the way the season ended. I don't mean
based on the reality of the market, he has all.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the leverage.
Right.
I'm talking about based on the most recent events.
Yeah,
I mean, Denver made Manning take a pay cut the last year. You want to come back, you have to take a pay cut. Like that was it, And like now, Dak is not in that situation, but there's an element to neither one of these two have a whole lot. Like neither one has solid footing with the fan base today.
Right.
It's not Jerry. It's not Mike. It's not Dak. It's not Steven. I mean, it's who is on the most solid footing of anybody on in that team. I couldn't even answer that.
Not Micah.
It's not Micah. Maybe it's CD.
Ferguson.
That's who it is.
My boy Ferg.
Oh, Fergie Ferg.
Him and Haley.
Yeah, look, it's the reality, obviously, of leverage is it's Dak. But I mean, even if you just look at from a perspective of who's earned it more, like without market considerations, it's still Dak. Like in terms of who's got the more, because to him, it's like I can sit this out, I can ride this out. I'm getting paid regardless. So you owe me, you owe convincing me because I'll find it on the open market next year. I will find this. I'll get paid in the end regardless. This is all about you guys and taking care of things. If you want to make some sort of like moral stand, go ahead. That doesn't harm me like it harms you. You owe me more than I owe you anything.
Okay. What do y'all think? 877-881-1053, chartrec.com, text line. Pepe is a diehard Cowboy fan. What's your answer to that? You owe me. I don't owe you. Your performance, round 1, are you kidding me? Or Dak, I performed enough with 12 wins. You are going to owe me.
I mean, the sample size is bigger. Yeah, like I said before, he's going to go down as having one of the best regular season records in the history of the franchise, history of the NFL, but you got to perform in the postseason. That's what I want to see. You didn't hire McCarthy just to, get him to the playoffs. You hired to be better than Jason Garrett. You have to do that. You have to perform better in the postseason. Right now, Dak's just a regular season quarterback.
Well said.
Mackenzie's going to have him wearing Eagles gear any day now.
All right, let's get into the scenario with the Falcons that Jeff Saturday suggested.
Okay, so he said the Falcons. So the Falcons have the 8th selection in the draft this year. So let's say
last year for Bijan. Same pick they had last year for Bijan.
So let's say Dak says to Jerry, I want to be traded to Atlanta. All right, Jerry gets to the phone, calls up Arthur Blank, and says, all right, Art, let's build something together.
Which those two,
that's what he says.
Important to note, those two do not get along.
They don't?
Arthur Blank and Jerry Jones, no.
Jerry's a big Lowe's guy.
What?
They went to war over the Goodell extension.
Oh, interesting.
Because Arthur wants to keep Cokes at $1.50.
No, because Jerry tried to dig in, wanted to, all right, the way he penalized Ezekiel Elliott, I want to hold his feet to the fire. And Arthur Blank led the charge of like, y'all don't listen to Jerry, and Blank went out. And there's been real tension between those two since.
Okay.
All right. So you tell Arthur, Dak, he's on the market. We want your 8th this year, and we'll take your 1 next year. 2 firsts for Dak is more than fair. Even with
more than fair.
I mean, that's below market value.
Of course it is, but you have less power, the Cowboys do, because he's requested a trade.
Okay.
Right? So normally Dak should get 3 firsts.
If he's requested a trade, though, there's still the fine. Then our leverage is we hold it from you for a year. You clearly went out now, and we just don't have to grant
Fair.
it.
All right, so 2 1s and a 2. 3 1s. So give him 3 1s. So this year's 1 at 8, and then the next 2 firsts. Fine. You want to do that? Fine. I was just thinking that they weren't going to be able to get fair market value for him because he requested a trade.
What do we have in terms of recent compensation?
I mean, Deshaun Watson is the one, and Watson, which was a worse position to be in potentially. You're talking about trying to trade somebody who's got a
3 1s.
big. He had 3 1s, a 3rd, and a 5th.
There you
so
go.
If you wanted to do that with the 1 this year, the 3 this year, and the 5 this year, and 2 first-rounders, it would be the 8th pick, 79, 144 this year. So 8, 79, 144, and then a first next year and a first the year after.
Woo! Fine. Perfect. Do it. There you go. I don't even care what it is. All I'm worried about is the 8th pick this year. Okay? Because you take that 8th pick this year and you couple it with 24, and you're gonna have to add something to this, and then you move up to 1 and take Caleb Williams. Chicago does. They don't even know what they want to do.
We don't think.
We don't think.
Think about how much we've talked recently, though, about the idea of, like, you can see, given the Cowboys' attention and spotlight and everything else, how much mental makeup genuinely does matter, and who you are between the ears matters. Like, if you're going to move up, is that the one you want to take, or would you rather take Drake May?
I don't know. He's the greatest prospect we've ever seen.
I just would never.
According to Rick Spielman.
Mahomes light, baby.
We've never seen anything like this. He's better than John Elway.
Specifically here in this building, I've got reservations about Caleb between the ears and his leadership traits. Specifically in this building, I'm not taking Caleb.
Let's put the draft pick aside. Compensation-wise, if that amount came to you, what do you say?
The 3 1s, a 3 and a 5?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you say yes.
Okay.
Because you're getting the 8th pick, so you're going to be able to get, let's just say it's Atlanta, all right? You're going to be able to get a quarterback there at 8.
Okay, and now your other 2 1s down the road, theoretically, they're going to be bottom of the first round, with Atlanta theoretically being good.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Probably.
Maybe they are.
Yeah.
So 2. I don't think Atlanta's roster is as good as the Cowboys. I don't think it is.
Atlanta,
I know people are just falling all over themselves right now for this Atlanta roster.
Right.
That's winning 7 games a year, but
they just have really impressive skill players. Like, if you can put a quarterback like that in there with Bijan and Algier, and you've got
Pitts,
Drake London and Pitts, like, they do have really impressive skill players that if they get a quarterback, it all adds up.
Okay, so but even still, like, any time you trade a quarterback for 3 1s, theoretically, the next 2 are going to be at the back end of the.
What if I tell you? What do
you mean?
Like, if you trade a quarterback of Dak's caliber,
sure,
and you get 3 1s,
yes,
theoretically, you're gonna have those next 2 picks at the back end of the draft.
Yes. You're picking in the 20s probably.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea of what Atlanta's trying to do. Now, if I say, you obviously say,
again, this is just a scenario from Jeff Saturday. This is not a current possibility.
No, this is just under the potential of Dak asking for this and wanting to go to Atlanta specifically. But let's say you have 8 and 24 and all that stuff, and instead of packaging it to go, what if you took 8, 24, all these picks, you try and build out depth, and then you just say, a guy who's a free agent, let me just go sign Kirk Cousins.
If you're who?
If you're Dallas. That instead of using that draft capital on a quarterback, you just say, hey, let's go Cousins, let's see what we have in Lance, and then...
No, because I have the same thing as Dak, kind of. I think
out.
Dak is better
right, but
than
if you had Dak in the 8th pick, isn't that intriguing?
This whole thing to me is about, you only do all this stuff to reset with the hope of a better quarterback and
a cheaper one.
And a cheaper one.
Yeah.
That's what this is about. I'm not staying the same at quarterback. I'm either hitting big or missing big. That's what this is about. It's about finding, if Caleb Williams, is Mahomes light. Now, Bobby, you are going to get put on the spot here. And you have to answer this question. You have to, and I want you to answer it seriously.
I always do.
Okay. You do not. You never do. You have to give me a draft haul that you would do this for in this scenario to trade your boy. You got to give me the exact comp of what you would say yes to if you were the Cowboys.
Like under a scenario where Dak has already asked for it.
Yes.
So he already wants out. He's made up his mind. He wants out. He's asked for it. So what am I willing to
take back?
I'd probably take that Atlanta.
You would do 3 1s.
3 1s, a third and a fifth if he's asking out. Now, if he's not asking out and you're just saying, let's go.
Yeah.
I need more than that.
You need more than that if you're just picking up the phone to explore.
Yeah, because I'm not going to just reset the quarterback. If he's already made up his mind, he wants out, then that's a different question where it's like, okay, this is already soured. We're not going to re-sign him. All right, let's go find this.
I was trying to gauge Dak's trade value when they had me on the fan in DC.
Well,
and they were split. I was like, we sound like spoiled brats. I know I'm on the phone with you guys, sounding like spoiled brats, crying about a 12-win team with a quarterback who's going to finish second or third in MVP because y'all would kill for this. And I was like, y'all would kill for this, right? Like, y'all would trade what it would take to get Dak. One host said yes, one host said no. So I was
3 1's a lot. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot to give up because usually if you want to get 3 1s, like, could you use that 3 1s better and on a quarterback that has more upside, more unknown? It's because you'd be going into year 5th year, 6th year, like year 9. You'd be going to year 9, and there's only been 2 quarterbacks that have gone this far with their original team that have made the Super Bowl, that have not made the Super Bowl and finally made one.
Now let me have a little bit more fun with you, Roberto. Dak Prescott is playing on the Atlanta Falcons with those weapons under Bill Belichick. Their ceiling in the NFC would be, or you would pick them to finish where, roughly?
Well, I mean, they would win the South, like, easy. So I don't know. I mean, you get a chance to beat up on the South. You get to run around in that division. Then I don't know. They're probably
like
about the same, 12-5.
Okay, 12-5 with Atlanta. If Dak goes there, got to take the division into account. What are the Tolos saying, Pepe?
They're all with y'all. Yeah, I think a lot of them want Dak to be gone.
Stop.
Oh, okay.
I never said that.
None of us said that. Thanks for listening to the segment.
Again, this is him requesting.
This is him requesting under Jeff Saturday's scenario. Choppy wants him gone. I have said I want him extended, and we know Bobby wants to live with him. So let's be clear now. Go ahead.
A lot of Tolos are with Jeff Saturday on this one. They're saying some say Dak isn't worth more than a first rounder, one first rounder from the 469. The 601 says if you get 3 firsts, do it now, no doubt. Some want to trade Dak and Mike to Atlanta and go grab Bill Belichick.
Okay. All right.
You don't have to trade Mike. You could have just let him go and sign Bill Belichick, but you didn't want to do that. I think there's zero chance that Dak would ever request a trade.
Why?
Because I think the way he would look at it is just like, I'll run this out. Like, I'm close enough to the end. I'll run this out, and then I'll go depart on my own and figure out what I want to do on my own. I think him on the open market. I keep saying this, but I
You're
genuinely
getting at least 2 1s, at least.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, like, if I'm Dak, I don't. If I've made up my mind I want out of here, I don't do them any favors and ask for a trade. I just say I'm sitting this out. We'll ride out this last year, and then you can get a 3rd-round comp pick for me. That's what you can get.
Yeah.
Because to me, if I've made up my mind I want to get out of here, then I'm going to make
Derek Carr, right? He's like, I'm not going to help the Raiders.
I'm going to make it hurt if I'm leaving here. And I'm not saying Dak would do that, but I'm saying if I was him, that's what I would do. I would just say, I'm going to make this hurt. If you're going to not believe in me, I'm not going to help you out along the way.
Agreed.
I mean, if you had that offer on the table, I don't know how with the 8th pick, I don't know how you say no to it. Because if he asked out.
I think Chicago says no to any offer no matter what. The Bears are not moving out of that.
So you think they are taking Caleb?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're not going to give up. I mean,
they're waffling. They're not. They have. You know what I mean? They're waffling. I think they're open for business.
I mean, based on what? We have no idea.
Because they haven't because they haven't said no to Justin Fields. Like they haven't you know what I mean? Like they're bringing. It sounds like they're bringing everybody back.
I mean, we haven't even hit the offseason yet.
I
think they're drafting Caleb.
That's probably where I'd lean today.
Now, if I got the sense and the news comes out that they gave Fields the extension, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well,
even so,
you could try to move up to number 2 or 3. Washington's probably not going to train with you. But you could try to move up to 3, and you take the leftover of May or Jaden Daniels. Or maybe Jaden Daniels falls to you.
And of course, none of this has a % chance of happening because Jerry Jones will never start over with a rookie unknown at his age. Never, ever happen.
Wait, imagine that.
Not happening.
Imagine an owner saying, I'm too old for the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Like, that's wild.
And
That's wild.
But I
And
1,000% believe that to be the case.
Man, I think that if Dak
I'm talking about to make a move up versus okay, Dak gets hurt next year, knock on wood, and you end up with the number one pick. I don't think that's an interesting scenario.
But they
end up with the number 1 pick. Would he not take a quarterback?
I don't know that he would.
Right?
It's literally their only run of Super Bowl history success is doing that. But let's just say Dak leaves at the end of next year. They don't sign him, and he leaves. They're going to sign a Kirk Cousins as opposed to trading up in the draft to get a quarterback.
I believe, no doubt.
Which is the dumbest thing you can do.
Right.
It continues you on the hamster wheel of.
It's on Jerry's timeline.
It's on his schedule.
It's on his schedule.
By the way, just to clarify, because people love to clip things around. When you say Dak gets hurt next year, knock on wood, you're saying knock on wood. That doesn't happen.
Yes,
I know. I want to clip because people will clip. I'm
who in their
setting
right
that up
mind
to
would
clarify.
have thought that he actually meant it.
We've
Bassett,
seen it before.
Bassett
We've
said
seen
it.
it before. Although I will point out, by the way, Will Harriger is on staff here.
G-Bag.
Will Harriger is on staff here with the Cowboys. He's one of their offensive assistants, and he had been with Caleb Williams at USC last year. So if they were to make a trade up, there would be like a scenario where it's like, oh, we've already got somebody on staff who's worked with Caleb Williams and has had success with it.
Yeah, not happening. But Jeff Saturday with the scenario that Dak should ask out for the ATL today.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
You have messed with the wrong barbecue joint. Old cafe in Fort Worth. And we'll jump into that here in just a second. Dude, this is going viral. We got a war over there in Fort Worth, which we'll talk about here in just a sec. First, because this is a local segment, I'm curious. This will be a chance for you to shout out some of your favorite local spots on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. So the question today, where is your favorite breakfast spot in DFW? So get those in here. This was from WFAA yesterday. Panther City Barbecue. Sean, you're all about this the barbecue scene in DFW. You know the fine folks over at Panther City?
Yeah, Chris, one of the owners, was, I think, maybe the first dude. Pittman invited me to a barbecue class. I'm like, who's this guy? My weekends go to Cowboys pregame. I ain't going to this meat synagogue or whatever he's called. And then little did I know how he dominated. Now he's on every other Wednesday with us. But Chris Panther City was like number 2 in there, maybe even the first. Of like, hey man, I'm a listener. Can I ever bring up barbecue? And I finally went to Panther City a few months ago when we watched the monster trucks at Dickey's, and then he came along with Brian from 407 to Sandler's charity event. So love Chris, Panther City in Choppy's Hood. He is a big time and has always been a big time total. This story is nuts.
Yeah, and you may have eaten some brisket directly out of a pit trailer that was stolen. Yeah, apparently
a lot of barbecue drama. A lot of barbecue drama in DFW.
I do love the opening line from WFAA though. Shout out to Cole Sullivan or whoever wrote this over at WFAA. It's not the type of beef Panther City is known for.
Oh,
come on, it's good.
You want to get smoked?
The Fort Worth barbecue joint. The Fort Worth barbecue joint is accusing another restaurant of involvement in the theft of a $30,000 mobile barbecue pit trailer earlier this year, alleging the owner of, I can say who they're alleging this of, right?
Who's alleging it?
Panther City. I mean, it's written in here. They've got statements.
I mean, they posted the article. They posted the photo on their social media. This is not awning.
This is not my accusation. Alleging the owner of Daybreak Cafe appears aware his property is being used as a transit point for stolen goods. Chris says, it's a disgusting feeling to know that another neighboring business is involved in a theft from us. I want to see people go to jail. Daybreak's owner denies the accusation and told WFAA on Tuesday he doesn't know who brought Panther City's trailer to the vacant lot next to his cafe. A Fort Worth police spokesman said the department's investigation is ongoing. No charges have been filed.
Yeah.
The fight began on New Year's Day when Chris learned someone stole the 8,000-pound trailer, which he found in a vacant lot next to the cafe using GPS trackers. Got to slap those Apple AirTags on things, people.
Wow.
Gotta keep track of things there. Surveillance video showed a person in a white van towing away the trailer. Chris says it's personal. Somebody has to pay for this. He spent weeks surveilling the lot next to Daybreak Cafe, keeping track of the white van, which he said returned multiple times with other trailers, including at least one other reported stolen. He heard from another restaurant, Grease Monkey Burgers in Arlington, which reported a food truck by a similar white van was stolen in December.
So Panther City, they've been posting like videos of their surveillance.
Getting robbed left and right.
And this is a big piece of equipment that is $20,000 to $30,000 for this barbecue rig.
Very big piece of it. And look, the area where they are, it's not a great area.
It's not? Okay, I was just about to ask you that because I was
That's where Sarah got shot at, or her window got shot.
It doesn't look bad.
It's
I'm used to where I'm at in East Dallas. To me, it looks like
You're on the wrong side of the tracks at 8 miles, which you're at.
It's getting a lot better.
Yeah.
It's getting a lot. It's like the South Main area. It's getting a lot better.
Do you know this other restaurant that's being accused?
I've never been there, but I know of it. It's like one of those like kind of legendary local spots in Fort Worth. Like
it is.
It's been there. Yeah, as far as I know, it's been there a long time. But it's like one of those places where like the locals really take ownership of it. And I wonder how this is going to play. Obviously, it's not going to play very well. Like they're from everything I've heard from people, it's like they're done. They're done with that place.
Well,
even the damage has been done.
Yeah.
Like, that's the problem.
I'm gonna believe Chris. I'm gonna believe Tolo, Panther City Chris. But my my devil's advocate point is,
why do they need it?
No, not why would they need it. Why would you think you could get away with just bringing in a how large did you say it was?
8,000 pounds.
An 8,000 pound smoker and like parking it and no one's going to notice or see?
But that's the thing though. If he didn't have the GPS trackers, he probably wouldn't have found it. Like, I mean, that's the thing. That's how he found it. And man, Chris went deep. He installed a camera overlooking this vacant lot here next to Daybreak Cafe.
Dang!
And said it appeared that Daybreak Cafe's owner knew the driver of the van. The owner, Mario Garcia, said he talks to all his customers. He doesn't know the man's name. He said he has other business interests and will occasionally buy discount lumber and paint cans and sell them at the flea market, for example. He insists that he does not steal. He said, if I wanted to steal, I wouldn't be here working from 4:30 in the morning until 6 o'clock at night. Garcia said he's been in contact with a lawyer and plans to bring a lawsuit against Panther City's owner. So
sell these pits on the open market, like
big
pawn shop,
black market
pawn
pit
shop.
stuff.
I got a pit out back. Look at my phone from Barbecue Talk.
It lights up.
Oh my gosh,
blowing up right there with the Panther City drama. So is he going to jail? Are they investigating?
No charges filed yet. They're investigating.
We got
They're
the
looking
Kansas
into
City
things.
police on the scene.
They're investigating, but no charges have been filed yet. Before we jump over to some other stories, some of the breakfast spots being shouted out. 214 Country Club Cafe in Wiley says cinnamon swirl pancakes are bomb. Whistle and Britches in Dallas says the 682. A Roanoke spot. You ever heard of?
What are you giving out shout outs for?
Because it's local.
What are you giving
We're
out
being
free
local.
advertising
We're being
for?
local.
No, you make people pay.
You're talking about Dove Creek.
You make people
Dove
pay.
Creek.
Yeah,
That's the one.
I like Dove Creek. Sarah
This ain't charity out here. Right?
Look
It's
at
100,000
look at
watts.
Sean.
People pay for advertising.
Look at that.
Yeah.
It's just
sell more McMuffins. Sell more egg, bacon, and cheese sandwiches. Buy some advertising for charity.
You need to make sure, Sean, that your house is being built properly. That's what you need to make sure.
Shout out, Billy.
According to a DFW home inspector, a licensed home inspector, Chris Shack, is telling WFAA, new does not mean correctly built. He's got a concern. He says the explosion of people moving to North Texas, the real estate boom, the construction boom that's occurring has caused some real serious questions about the quality of homes being built. That we're trying to get speed rather than quality. What are you chuckling at? What did I do?
I'm chuckling. So when you sent this last, go ahead, finish the.
Yeah, he says growth has been astronomical. They are beautiful homes. They're really attractive. But he says in terms of these new constructions, about 90% that I have found have structural issues. This is cutting rafters and attaching them so they are flush to the beam, basic construction practices that we are abandoning for speed. He says you don't even see these kinds of issues in houses that are 100 years old. So houses being built 100 years ago apparently are being built more soundly and up to code than houses being built today because they're just trying to get them built fast.
I mean, I think houses built 100 years ago are probably stronger than most anyway because they probably used like sequoia wood that they got from the redwood forest as opposed to just
wood you're not even allowed to cut down anymore.
Right, so I assume that they had now the draftiness and the efficiency of the newer homes is probably much better, even still with shoddy construction, maybe like you're going to get better windows and all that stuff.
The reason I'm laughing is because when you emailed this story last night, I sent it to my home builder, Billy.
You better be doing things right.
No, and he took it the wrong way. He immediately calls me. He's like explaining this. I said, no. And I love this guy so much. He ended up being a Tolo as well. And I'm like, dude, now normally building a house is a headache. I'm going to miss the headaches of building this house because of this guy. I love this dude so much. He brought me some venison sausage the other day. He's a dream to work with. I love this guy so much. So I was bothered that he seemed to take offense that I was suggesting, is this you? Is this shoddy construction? Or what are you doing here? What are you doing here with Drees Homes? And I'm like, no. I'm just passing along. I'm like,
this is in your industry. I thought you find it interesting.
Yeah, I'm like, man, don't take offense, Bill. Man, do not take offense. I had to pass this along with the home construction. I love Billy.
It's something where, like, I mean, this all makes sense. Like, there's so much that's popping up so fast around here.
A lot.
That, like, it would make sense that there'd be some cut corners a little bit, or it's just like, hey, we got to get this done as fast as possible. I mean, gosh, we're clearly doing that with airplane production lately. like you're not able to. Did you see that issue in Atlanta? The damn nose fell off of the airplane while they were on the runway.
No.
That's another issue that happened just yesterday. We've got planes literally falling apart. You got doors getting blown off. Bolts aren't on wings. There was this plane in Atlanta where the nose literally fell off on the runway, and they had to go, we got to take everybody off the plane.
Stay home from Vegas.
I'm thinking about it.
The moment I'm gonna plane nerd on you, but the moment they started doing profits over production, it killed it. And it killed their engineering.
Honestly, that's
usually how life works.
That's what the concern is here. Same thing with the houses, that it's profits over production. Yep. And he says that 90% of these homes all have really like basic things that are missing on them. So just something to check on. Garner ISD.
Panther City just texted me. I have hours of video of him involved with the actual pit thieves. It's crazy. The pit thieves.
Pit wars, baby.
Pit wars.
Pit boss. I love this. Weatherford, down in Weatherford, Texas, Garner ISD said it's reached its threshold of both 6 students and staff members, and they have had to close for the entire week now. Because we keep having this illness that keeps floating around. Like, I mean, everybody keeps getting sick, and it's looping back in a lot of instances. Like, I know several people who have been sick, got better for a couple weeks, and then they're catching stuff again. It's just been like chest, sinuses, just awful stuff.
Long COVID.
Garner ISD ran into this, and now they have to close for the entire week just to kind of disinfect and give everybody a chance to get healthy again without spreading it.
You said they kept Luka home a second day because of his initial day fever.
Yeah, so I guess their school rule, I don't know if it's a state rule or whatever, but their school is like if you get because he was in school on Tuesday and he left. He had a fever. He goes to the nurse and he had a fever. And they're like, you can't come to school tomorrow either. So like if you have a fever in school and you get sent home, you can't go back to school the next day, at least at his school, I guess. So whatever that is.
They have 367 students. It's a small school district, but they have 367 students in Garner ISD. On Tuesday, 56 kids called out with illnesses. And they said that the following day, they sent over 30 more students home with flu symptoms. So it is just like ravaging there in Garner ISD. One more. I can shout out this local spot because they're closing, Sean, so don't worry. Lawry's Prime Rib Restaurant in Dallas is closing after 40 years. I know, Chop, you sent this one over the other day. Is this one a bummer for you?
I was just there a couple weeks ago.
Really? I've never been. I've heard about it.
It's good. I mean, if you like, I love prime rib. So if you like prime rib, it's great.
Not a steak though, according to Bobby.
According to Bobby says they have steak.
It's not.
They have steak. You get a ribeye if you want to. But no, I've always enjoyed it. I've always thought it was pretty good. It was empty.
It was.
Yeah, and this was lunchtime. This was lunchtime. It was a business meeting, Sean.
Well,
I enjoyed it.
They will be closing in March. The CEO says Dallas is one of the most competitive steakhouse landscapes in the country. Said that it's just been difficult. Says we are known as a place where people create memories in their lives, making it very difficult for us to leave the market. But ultimately, they have to. I also heard recently Dunn Brothers Coffee in Addison, which has been a really popular spot for a long time. They're closing too. Like
So
there's a lot of these popular spots shutting doors.
Did they cut off the prime rib off like a big piece of meat, or they just brought it out individually?
No, it's so you order, you tell them what you want. You want a steak, you want to go to the prime rib. You want to go to the prime rib, you go to the prime rib bar.
Oh.
And they've got like this squared off area. They've got the big, I don't know, whatever that thing.
Piece of meat?
Yeah, it's a giant rack, right? And they just slice it off of that. Are they going to keep selling the sauce? The seasoning stuff?
I don't know.
The Lowry's prime rib seasoning shake?
Is that what they're famous for?
It's great. Yeah, I love it.
How you having what businesses you meeting at over steakhouse?
He's trying to collect
I
chicken
lunch there
money.
with the great people over at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Wow. Business must
Official
be
roofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
good. Business is good. My word. Prime rib lunches.
If only you could get your chicken money now. That'd be nice.
We'll see, man. We got options here. We got options.
Yeah,
Big
call
chicken
Panther City.
Yeah.
They hunt people down apparently in the food game.
Chris the Bounty Hunter.
Chris the Bounty. Dang it, I was trying to think of a barbecue joke to top, but I couldn't. All right, that's the Expressway commercial-free Thursday edition here on Sean and RJ. What's going on with the Mavs, and what really happened with Luka in the stands? Chris Arnold was there, and the voice of the AAC joins us to talk about this Mavericks mess next.
Let's get you over to the
Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Played in the G League Ignite team as Booker gets free and drills another three. This one at the top of the arc. Devin Booker with 46 and counting. 120-97, Suns up.
And this round goes to Phoenix and Devin Booker. They just alternate with that meme of Luka and Devin Booker leaning down and who's looking up at each other. And last night, Devin Booker outscores the Mavs in the third quarter by himself. He drops 46. The Mavs come unhinged emotionally. Luka gets a Suns fan tossed for what seems like a really soft reason. And we're talking about it here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Tim McMahon, Mavs reporter, said that a fan behind him basically said, Luka, your ass looks tired. Get on a treadmill. And Luka had him ejected in the second half when the Mavs were losing. That led to this back and forth. Doncic not happy with McMahon in the post and the way he reported things.
Luka, what were you frustrated about at the end of the second quarter when you got that technical?
I know I saw you when you said about the fan, That was not a true all. That was not the only thing he said. But I knew you would be the first one to point out something like that. I'm not going to say what he said, but I knew you were going to be the first one to put out something like that. So I just saw it, man. It's just funny. You always seem to be the first one to put some bad stuff about me.
First of all, 99% of the stuff I've written about you has been good.
I don't know.
I was sitting 2 rows behind us.
All right, so it was the only thing that time he said something, the only thing?
That was what you reacted to.
Yeah, I was hearing the whole first half, right? Oh, you didn't hear anything?
He was definitely hollering.
Okay, there we go.
Acted.
But you put out something that was just the only thing. But
What was the final straw? What was the issue? What was the thing that?
It's not the issue. I'm just seeing you seems to be the first one to always put something bad about me.
Several of us actually tweeted that.
That's fine. It's all over.
Why did you ask for the fan to be ejected?
Because he was cursing me the whole first half too.
Why didn't you ask for him to be ejected in the first half then?
Because I never would eject a fan. They pay for tickets, but I had enough, It's a little bit of frustration.
You turned your head and looked over at him after he said that. That's what we saw.
Yeah, that's fine. The bad guy in the media, right? It's all right.
Like you're fairly portrayed in the media?
No.
Chris Arnold, the Hall of Famer, the voice of the AAC, was there last night, as he is for every Mavs home game. And he's joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, CA. Your thoughts on all of this?
Good morning, fellas. It was all frustration. I mean, it was a very frustrating night. It was an entertaining game for a while.
Yeah.
And I think on that particular note, that was Luka. This was called a conflation of thought. Luka was not happy with Tim McMahon's tweet.
Yeah.
And his initial tweet was that Luka had a fan toss for saying, you look tired, get your ass on a treadmill or something of context like that. And that's not what Luka was trying to say to McMahon. He was saying, that's not the reason why I asked him to get ejected. It was a long night and it was a lot. And so Tim was like harping on that one thing. We all know Tim. Tim's a guy. But at the same time, it was timing. And when I say timing, I'm talking about when Luka was frustrated. He was frustrated because the Mavericks were winning this game by 16 points.
Yeah.
And then the Suns flipped the switch. The Mavericks got to argue with the referees, Luka in particular, Grant Williams as well. And, the Phoenix Suns went on a roll. The roll they went on was insane. From the end of the second quarter to like the middle of the third period, they went on a 68-27 roll.
Woo!
At one point, this game was 100-72 when the Mavericks literally were up like 50-something to 30.
Yeah.
It was like, you got to be kidding me. And it was all because they stopped playing their game and Devin Booker just started hitting everything.
Chris, what is usually said? What do you usually hear? You're there every night. You're on the floor. Mavs MC. What is the usual fan interaction with players night in and night out?
It could be anything. Of course, it's not Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It's not an East Coast city. But it's never anything outrageous. I'm not sure if that fan was just outrageous if it wasn't it was just a combination of things. And, you know, it wasn't like this guy was irritating all the people around him. He might have, but the way the game was going and the way he kept harping on Luka, I think Luka had enough. But at the same time, I wasn't on that side of the building or that side of the arena when that part occurred. I think this incident turned into an issue because it happened right there where the regular media sit, the beat writers sit. And so, you know, you saw some footage of the guy leaving, and the security did not eject him. They were going to talk to him about, you know, probably being ejected, but he just turned around and waved to everybody and left.
Chris, does Luka hear a lot? Like is this the norm? Does he hear a lot of that antagonizing talk coming from the crowd? Do you think he's got rabbit ears a little bit at times?
I don't think he's got rabbit ears because think about it. Over in Europe, he's heard worse. Think about soccer fans. That's the way it is in basketball in a lot of those cities in Europe. So he's heard it all. And also, he talks trash himself. So I think it was just seriously, I think it was the combination of it all because that was a very unusual kind of meltdown. Now, mind you, for those who haven't been keeping up, this is the second time the Mavericks played the Suns. First time they played them on Christmas night, Luka lit them up for 50 points. And again, he owns the Suns. This was game 2 this season. The Mavericks started off just like they did on Sunday night. Grant Williams actually was on fire, making his first 3 shots that scored 8 points right out the gate, 2 3-pointers and a basically a layup. And then all of a sudden he and KD got into it. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, the refs were calling fouls or they were calling charges or whatever it was, and the Mavericks would challenge it. They would review it, and the Mavericks would win. So it was like, what's going on here? And then, and this is basically, it was part of the occasion. Here was part of what was going on. Nurkic, the center for the Suns, did not play against the Mavericks on that Christmas night. Nurkic was very physical, but Nurkic was flopping. In fact, they actually called a flopping. You know, you rarely see that in the NBA. They're trying to get rid of flopping this year, so they call it from time to time. But the Mavs coaches challenged it. They reviewed it. The Mavericks won the challenge. But again, Luka became heated when the Suns went on that run, and Luka had been on fire in the first half. Third quarter, I don't know if he had 5 points, whereas Devin Booker, every time the Mavericks took a shot, he's making 2s, he's making 3s, he's scoring at will. I think he wound up with like 46 points. But in the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter, he could not miss a thing.
Chris Arnold joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Is Luka, I don't say soft, but is he too sensitive to these things then?
No, let me tell you, I'll give you an example. Again, what we're doing is we're dissecting one half of a game. Whereas, you know, Luka can be very, very emotional with referees. In fact, at one point in the game, KD had already gotten into it. Kevin Durant had already gotten into it with Grant Williams. Grant Williams had gotten tossed a little bit later. So at one point, Luka either gets fouled or he's falling on the ground and he's getting up, and KD, hands him the ball or he goes over to say something to him. Now, Luka and KD are fine. They're like, I'm not going to say they're great friends, but they're fine. You know, they get along great. KD goes over to him, and Luka's mad at the refs, and he starts pouting, cussing, fussing, whatever at KD, and KD's like, what? Hey, I'm your guy. It was like, just get out of his way. He was mad. So, in a way, that fan was just another person that Luka was just lashing out at. Luka wasn't lashing out at fans, F-A-N-S. He was lashing out at the situation. He was frustrated at the way the game was going. Now, he's got to do better than that. That's on him.
Chris, this team has lost 3 in a row, 4 of their last 5. Feels like they're slipping a little bit. Of course, Kyrie was out last night. What's your assessment of this Mavs team?
At first, I'm talking about the first half of the season, they were ahead of what a lot of people thought they would do as far as having all these road games. And then they actually, at one point, right around New Year's, they had more road victories than any team in the NBA. It was like a shocking stat. Like, what? They had 11 wins. They had spent more time on the road than any other team. Then they had all these injuries in December. I think they had over 107 player games missed because of injury, including Kyrie most of the month. Grant Williams wasn't playing well since Thanksgiving, so it's like, okay, the Mavericks have won 20-some-odd games. They're probably better than what you would expect because they hadn't had a chance to practice. Well, they've got all these home games now, and they're not taking advantage of it. And these last 3 games, they've lost to the Lakers, the Celtics, and now the Suns. The Suns had come in winning 6 straight games. The Lakers game didn't make any sense. The Mavericks were hot, but then they lost the game. The loss against the Celtics are the best team in the league, and the matchup was you got a lengthy team that can rebound. The Celtics are for real. So if you're going to just take a segment, those 3 games, you say, yeah. But to lose 5 of their last 7, that's not good at all. Right now, they've got to beat Atlanta tomorrow to right the ship. This is back-to-back. They take on the very difficult to beat Sacramento Kings on Saturday at the American Airlines Center. What the Mavericks need to do is win the home games that they play. What they have been able to do with all those player injury games lost is evaluate the roster. You're able to find out that Dante Exum is for real. You're able to, in other words, it was a guy you thought was a throw-in. Well, we got some depth now. This guy is actually a legit starter. You found out that Derrick Jones Jr. is legit, that he can bring something to the table. You also found out about some guys who you might want to keep, some guys, if you were to make some kind of small trade, some guys you need to trade away. You're able to evaluate the depth of the roster with all these injuries and find out, some things about some guys you might want to go to war with in the playoffs. Other than that, it's a small sample size because it's an 82-game season. I don't think they'll make some huge trade, but they have made a trade at the trade deadline, I think, for the last 7 straight years. So something could happen. The thing that you find out mostly is that they need rebounding help, not somebody that's going to clog the paint and somebody that's going to impede the growth of Derek Lively II. Derek Lively II is a find. If they had to redraft right now, all experts say he's a top 5 pick.
CA, thanks for waking up with us, brother. We appreciate you.
Got you down. Appreciate you guys, too.
Chris Arnold, the Hall of Famer, on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. And, of course, last night I was wondering if Doc Rivers was going to be on this call. Then the news came out that they got this officially locked up as the next coach of the Milwaukee Bucks, and Mike Breen and Doris Burke were left on it.
Yep.
What are they going to do now with Doc's spot?
So, according to reports, the idea is they're leaning towards the 2-person booth of Doris and Mike Breen, which would make her the first female to serve as the lead TV analyst for the NBA Finals.
And the two of them had fun with it last night.
And good evening, everyone. Along with Doris Burke, Mike Breen on hand, Cassidy Hubbard with us as well. First order of business is who's available tonight. For Dallas, Kyrie Irving is out. For Phoenix, Eric Gordon is out. For ABC, ESPN, Doc Rivers is out. Our dear friend has decided that life as an NBA broadcaster is way too stressful, so he's decided to opt for a less stressful job, an NBA head coach on a team that's trying to win a championship. We thank him for all his many weeks of service, and we wish him all the luck in the world. Seriously, Doris, we're a little heartbroken today, disappointed, but we're thrilled for our friend because coaching is in his blood. It's what he loves to do, and this is a tremendous opportunity in a city that he has history in.
That was good.
It's
It
funny.
is clever.
By the way, have you? I know I was during a break taking some shots at Gus Johnson, like he's worn me down. Has the Mike Breen bang call just gotten to a wear down phase for you?
No.
You still enjoy it?
I'm not watching
every
whatever game he's usually calling, like their Friday night game of the week. I'm not watching that on Friday night. And in the playoffs, it usually is justified by a big moment, so I like it. I'd rather. All right, so the Mike Breen bang versus what would Gus's be? Like the Gus freak out? I'm more with the Mike Breen bang nowadays. I'm kind of like you, Bobby, a little little worn out with Gus.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't hate the bang call, but it is just a little like the last couple times I've heard it was just like this doesn't hit like it used to. It does wear me down.
Sometimes they'll throw the double bang in there. Like Luka got the double bang against the Clippers in the bubble. I look, when I was a kid, it's just hard for me to get up. Mike Breen was doing like updates on WFAN, so it was hard for me to like get past that. Holy cow, this guy is on NBA.
Oh, so it's like the you a play-by-play guys.
Basically, yeah. So it'd be like me if I.
Your rise and climb is fine, but Mike Breen, you try to keep the man down.
I didn't climb. There's no rise. There's no. I
from what you're doing at 103.3 to sit next to me, that's a hell of a climb.
No, it's not Mike Breen.
You scaled the mountain.
It's not the Mike Breen climb. Yeah, you don't even know what the mountain looks like. It's not the Mike Breen climb, but yeah, it's. I'm not tired of him, but whatever.
Well, is it true? Is it true that men are really better with directions? Why do we think so? And Bobby's here to say, no, those violent video games that your kids play, it's actually good for them. That's next. Then below the belt right here on the Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean, clean way, green way.
It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. Looks like another dark, messy one today outside.
Man, all week it's been rainy and such. We were just talking, to my friends are saying it's been hard to get out of bed all week because of the weather. They just don't like to get out of bed. They want to sit in bed all day.
It's not been that bad. Just get up, face the day.
Well, you wake up every single day in the dark.
Yeah,
that's true.
So it's really no different for you whatsoever.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah. If you really think that you're going to be smooth throwing that Sharpie back at me, and let me also tell you this, if you do inflict any damage with that, I'm going to make it 3 times worse for you, because you throwing that back at me is not getting even. It's you deserving getting hit for breaking the show rules and station rules of interrupting Peyton's live reads. So if you throw it at me and you hit me and it hurts, it's going to be much worse for you. I'm just giving you the warning now. So do what you want. Do what you please.
I'm not doing anything.
I can see your stupid S-eating grin on your ugly face. And I can see you think you're smooth. You're not. You're the worst poker player in history.
I'm holding it.
It's not getting even. You're just adding. You're digging it deeper.
I'm just holding it. I'm holding it to my cheek, like I'm thinking, like it's like the way it's like Matt Patricia's pencil.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all it is.
All right.
And you can't see he's got the phone ready too. He's going to put it all over social media.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just telling you, it's going to be much worse for you. But go ahead and do what you want.
I'm not going to do anything. I'm just holding it. It's like look, I have ADHD. It's a diagnosed disorder, Sean.
Now it's a disorder. Here we go.
And this is like a fidget spinner.
Waking up in the weather.
Well, I mean, it's like a.
What happened to those things? My gosh.
They were replaced by bulky Sharpies.
Holy cow.
All right.
I want a fidget spinner.
Yesterday, Adrian Beltre hopped on the home of the World Series champs, the baseball show of record, self-appointed, the KMC masterpiece. And Adrian was getting all of the flowers for the Hall of Fame news. Congratulations once again to him. But we had some other news in the American League West as an Oakland A's representative was trying to feel the new energy.
Get the crowd going, because where are they moving, Sean?
Vegas.
Oh, and by the way, so they've already started to make preparations at the Tropicana Hotel. They're moving to the Tropicana Hotel. Not into the hotel. They're demolishing the hotel. So the oldest rooms on the Strip are still there. What? What's
just go.
Don't
pay attention to them.
The oldest rooms of the Strip are still there at the Tropicana, and they've been stopped in use. They're starting to get ready to demo them, and they're going to tear down the building. So they're trying to get the crowd up for the Las Vegas A's.
Let's give it up one more time for Mary Beth and John Fisher, please. The Las Vegas A's. We like the sound of that, right, Vegas? Yeah? Yes? Are we alive back there, Las Vegas? How we feeling? Okay.
The A's have no fans.
Want to get away.
Wow. Poor lady.
But the Vegas fans
are great.
Have been much better than I thought with
Tremendous.
the Raiders and the hockey team.
The Golden Knights are.
Okay.
You guys will see this in a couple of weeks. The Golden Knights hockey fans are fantastic. It's a party. It really is.
And we'll find out. We'll be there in a couple weeks to find out how good that crowd is.
We will
RJ
be
just said.
Just said 11 seconds ago.
I was too focused on throwing this at Sean.
Yeah, if you get the Sharpie out of your rear end, you would have heard.
I have no idea what the Raider crowd is like there. I haven't seen, but the Golden Knights crowd is really, really good. I assume the A's will be, if they're good, if they're a solid team, which they never are. But nobody likes the owner there anyway. Fisher is.
Gentleman.
Not Mike. John Fisher is somebody that not many people really like around the sport.
Yes. Okay. Obviously, driving out in these weather conditions, not the best. As I always tell you, get involved in any issues. Franklin LaFranco, truckwreck.com. But we have another driving argument that has dominated mankind. And I guess I shouldn't say mankind in this instance. It's always dominated debate between men and women.
Men and women.
People kind. The kind.
And
all kinds.
Finally, science has come to our aid. Finally.
For once, is that what you're saying?
For once, science has come to our aid.
Aaron Rodgers.
Science studied a lot of different species out there in this instance, but mainly humans, trying to figure out why men are perceived, and if they are truly perceived, Sean, as having better sense of direction or worse. They're trying to see differences within the sexes. Well, biological, culture, whatever. And they did find out. That men are better at directions than women. And men have a better sense of direction than women. Is it ingrained in us internally and instinctively, or is it because as children, our parents forced us to go outside and play, and the boys would go wander in the woods?
Peyton rang us all up.
Yeah.
A win for all of us.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is honestly surprising. I'm surprised science found this to be the case because, a lot of times these sorts of thoughts and inclinations are proven to be incorrect. It's not like we have just like decades of, personal experience.
Wow. Listen to Bobby. Well, look, I'm not going to be an insufferable male here and brag. This is not the case in my house whatsoever. I'm horrific, awful, inferior to my wife when it comes to directions. Terrible. I'm never trying to. We fight in the car over who doesn't want to drive. Neither of us wants to drive. I don't need to say, I know where I'm going. I think my father-in-law, birthday lunch today, Rudy. But he's one of those like, I have to drive. It's a shot to the ego. You definitely don't know where you're going. And meanwhile, like he could be taking a couple wrong turns here and there and say, no, this is just a better shortcut. It's a better shortcut. So my sense of direction is Ray Charles like. I'm
Which way is that?
I'm not. I have no idea.
Sun's not up. I can't tell.
I think the sun is usually over here.
Yeah. So the sun's over there, so that's west.
Never eat shredded wheat. Never. So that's east.
That's west.
Oh. Wait.
That's east.
Oh, in the east?
Yeah.
Okay.
Only you and Jared Goff don't know where the sun rises.
That's right. Or Jerry Jones.
That's
the
right.
Stadium.
So, but just a driving thing, like, do you not look at the driving thing just as like, do you not get like nauseated riding in the passenger seat? Like, I can't do it because of that. Like, I start feeling dizzy as hell.
No, because I'm not soft.
No, I just think it's that my wife
ALS
is a bad
tests
driver.
off of markers.
Wow.
I don't do ALS tests.
I think
on
it's
my phone.
that Kristen can't drive is the thing, and so it makes me ill. So that's why I have to drive.
Oh, who has a better sense of direction?
I mean, I'm just a better driver. I don't know. We go off the GPS anyway, but
That's
I'm a better
not what
driver.
this is about. We know men are better drivers.
Yeah, we do know
This
that.
is about
Science settled that already.
This is about sense of direction. And how did science settle it, by the way?
So they tracked them. They tracked individuals, how far each gender travels from their primary base.
Okay.
Radio tracking and all that stuff. And they did this with other species too. And they found that other other animals the males travel more from the den and then find their way back as opposed to the women.
Oh, the women don't find their way back.
They do find their way. They just don't travel as far.
What if they're just, skanks,
Could be.
Like,
Wow. I don't know.
The female cat is just stopping and making her rounds.
And then they put men and women, actual humans, in mazes, and they found that men were able to find their way through a little bit easier.
Oh, I'd be hopeless.
Here you go. By the way, as we were trying to figure out direction, 316 Sean says, Sean, 75 runs north and south. Just look out the window and use that. So that's how we could figure it out.
But there are a lot of people that don't know that. Like, I think a lot of, especially younger in the age where you don't, like, when I first moved here 25 years ago, the first day I bought a map, and I can find my way anywhere to the area.
You're a map nerd.
I'm a map nerd.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm a map nerd.
Choppy's the 1C with directions on this show. It's not even close.
I'll be honest. I do like. I'm better at it than Kristen. But I will say that whenever like this happened recently with Joe Trahan over at the Cowboys, I'd asked him about like, hey, where is this or that, and they were like, yeah, just coming on the west side of the stadium. I was like, damn it, Joe, you could have that's not.
I hate that.
I have no clue what's.
Yeah. West Plaza pregame. That's the only thing I know.
Like when you start telling me this, just enter on the north side of the building.
When there's a lot, when they're like lot D, lot C, like finding Bennett
Yeah.
Glazer's parking, it was a nightmare for me. And Choppy will always call me with the courtesy, hey, take this
Give
and
me
do
landmarks.
that, and come around that, and da-da-da. And I'm like, I just fake agree.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm like,
Totally know.
got it.
Totally
Like,
know.
he's telling me how to get into the Cowboys club. He's like, walk in, and the second, once someone gives me the second left or right, I'm done. I need, okay, it's there, and you make a right. But when it's like 2 streets up, then the right over, and then another right, and then the left, and then finished, done. If I didn't have that GPS, that Garmin, shout out Garmin, man, if y'all are still around, It's a lifesaver.
Listen, if I
you got to print it out, mapquest.com. I print out the direction. That's what I told Amanda. I'm like, what would we ever do without the GPS? She's like, MapQuest. No, I'm like, no, that's still GPS. If we didn't have the directions to go ahead and be printed out like that.
If I could find a way to earn a living with directions and throwing darts in a bar, I'd be rich, but I can't. So here I am.
How is it with you and Sarah? How is she with it?
I do 90% of the driving. She doesn't drive much.
But you would look at it as a shot to your manhood if she drove you around, wouldn't you?
No,
you have to drive.
I have no personality in the passenger seat. I don't do my hands. I'm sitting there like one hand up here like this when I'm in the passenger seat. I got to have the window out with my arm out doing the thing with your hands. Air surfing.
I do that.
All right, because I don't know what to do with my hands in the passenger
air
seat.
Surfing. Pepe, you and Mackenzie? Now that you have the direction now towards your home together?
That's right, our forever home.
One direction?
Our forever home. It's a rental.
For a year. No, I do 100% of the driving, and she's fine with either me taking her car or my car. Like, if we're going long distance, I usually take her car because, like,
you're a sports car.
Well, yeah, and I don't have to pay for my gas.
Are you on her insurance?
No.
But does she have would you trust her sense of direction?
Yeah, she's drove my Camaro before.
Yeah.
So I've let her, but like, if it's up to me, I'll just say, all right, like I'm driving.
Where Amanda is terrible, is it a stick?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I always love that he has to say, he can't just say she's driven my car. He has to say my Camaro. I never say she drives my Altima or I drive her Explorer. We never talk like that.
All right, truckwreck.com text line, is this true? You just have a better sense of direction. I do not. I take the L in my family. Though where Amanda's horrible, she still hasn't figured out on the GPS when it's like 300 feet. She can't she can't adjust make the turn in 300 feet versus 0.3 miles. I'm a master at that. 0.2, 0.3, I know. I got my distances down for the turns and making the moves, but she still hasn't gotten that. So that's it. That's the only driving victory I have in the house.
214, be a man, learn how to read a map, Sean and Bobby. That's what they're saying.
Why would I be stupid and behind?
214, we used to have a Mapsco. 972, I still keep a big United States map book under my passenger seat. That's probably, you should keep one on hand for whenever,
Yeah. Oh my God. If my phone is on like 2% and I had to have Tolo Justin go to my house, get my cell phone, because I was going to Viascan with Waterman afterwards, going to Viascan, and I'm like, I would never be able to get there. I have to have my cell phone. Otherwise, I wouldn't make it.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably a challenge just to tell him how to get to your house to pick up the phone, because that's giving directions.
Yeah, but you know what's harder? Finding your house.
Yeah.
Because your ass don't have one, so shut up. Sean, RJ.
I've got
2. Even Peyton's got a house over you.
We're loser.
A better car and a house. Oh, man, there you go. And probably a longer lasting marriage coming up.
Hit the tees.
Below the belt. And I think it's a great topic. I'm surprised Bobby came up with it. Did we overrate this Dallas Cowboys roster? Did we oversell it? Below the belt is after this. But let me go ahead. We're talking about driving. What a perfect lead-in right here for Mark, Scott, and Gene, the Tolo team of attorneys at Frankel & Frankel. The website is truckwreck.com. Truckwreck.com. Look, I've been telling you, you got to hit them.
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in great find? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. How good is the Cowboys roster? Did we overrate it? How do we create a baseline for such an evaluation? It's going to be imperfect, but I tried to come up with something. So,
is this your whole grading system scale?
This is, that is, again, it's totally imperfect because it involves PFF grades, and I don't believe in PFF grades.
That's right.
But just to get a general idea of what outside opinion is on the Cowboys position groups and everything else. So here's what I did. I took results and subjective grades. So basically, I don't want to get it. It's going to take forever and it'll get lost. It'll be dizzying to explain all of it. But basically, I took where teams finished this year in terms of yards and points, both that they generated and that they allowed. I took Rick Goslin's special teams rankings.
Deuce.
And I took the PFF positional rankings on each team. So, like, they had the best quarterback this year. They had the best running back. They had the 20th best edge rushers. And basically assigned them each a point value. There were point multipliers for positions of importance. So quarterback being the most important, got the most significant point, manipulation. Then you had edge rushers, corners, receivers. Those things got those. So it created a point system that I then totaled up to try and see who are the best teams in the NFL and who have the best rosters in the NFL. Just as close to a system as I could come up with. So we're going to go down this. In fact, I'll go through the top 10 really quickly, and we'll see if Dallas was overrated or not. Just before I go down this, where would you say you think, because I know you said you started wondering, Sean, if we've overrated them. Just off the top of your head, where would you say they rank roughly in the league in terms of best rosters?
5.
Top
5,
6? Okay. Chop.
Yeah, somewhere around there. I mean, they're probably a little bit overrated, but they are still a good roster. Especially if you don't believe Dak's a great quarterback, then they're number one.
So based on this point system, we can go from 10 up to 1. Does this make you feel any better to know that coming in at number 10 based on this evaluation or based on this point totaling is the Green Bay Packers?
Not
Make
really.
you feel a little bit better to know that it's a top 10 team and we already think that Matt LaFleur is a really good coach?
No.
I would say no, because top 10 is on the
Here's the thing.
cycle of mediocrity.
I would feel better if you barely lost. There's two things that happened in that game, right?
You were down 30.
You lost and you were down 30. It's like an effort/coaching thing, not just losing to a team that was more respectable or someone that we overlooked. But you didn't barely lose.
But you didn't. It's fair. Number 9, the Los Angeles Rams.
What?
Nothing. You were talking, and all of a sudden you had a moment of pause, and I was like, "Oh, that's Libby Dunn on the TV." That's why he had a moment of pause.
Yeah, I had a moment of pause. I'm like, "What the heck is going on over here with this commercial?"
Yeah.
Number 9, the Los Angeles Rams.
I'll take a little sip.
The Rams are that high.
The Rams are number 9, and based on this point system, teams 10 through 4 are all pretty closely graded next to each other. So this is a pretty tight little cluster. You get the Rams at number 9. Number 8. Surprised that they'd be this far back. The Philadelphia Eagles.
Really surprised.
So the Eagles come in at number 8. There are several teams. In fact, they are 1, 2, 3. This would put them 4th in the NFC.
4th in the NFC.
It would make
Wow.
them 4th in the NFC, 8th in the NFL.
Okay, so behind, I'm going to guess, Cowboys, Niners, Lions.
Well, number 7, the Detroit Lions are next on this list. You go up the list again. Number 6, Buffalo Bills. Number 5, Kansas City Chiefs. Number 4, kind of surprising, the Miami Dolphins. So Miami is ahead of Kansas City, Buffalo, based on this grading system and their results, their output, what they do. And then number 3, a significant jump up from 10 through 4. Number 3 is the Dallas Cowboys. And then from there, a significant jump up to the top 2, which are relatively close to each other. Number 2 is San Francisco. Number 1 is Baltimore.
Okay.
So this is based on a lot of different factors. It's based on, obviously, grades from PFF, the point system that Rick Goslin has for special teams, and then what they've actually done in terms of yards and points. If you just took out the PFF grades.
Hang on real quick. You put a point total on these,
Yep.
by the way? And what was the difference between San Fran and Baltimore?
So Baltimore was 462.2. San Francisco was 444.2. Dallas was 397, so they jumped down to Dallas. And then from 397, Miami at 4 is 355. So it's big jumps between those tiers. Now, if you just took it on the offensive, defensive output, and the special teams rankings, and you took the PFF grades by position out of it, the number one team in the NFL is Dallas. They scored the highest when you combine their rankings on offense, defense, and special teams grades. They were number one. Then it was Baltimore, San Francisco, Kansas City, Buffalo.
Look, I'm willing to compromise here, okay? You obviously can't have everything. The Cowboys have a very good roster. I just think that their deficiencies, the places on their roster where they are deficient are kryptonite for their playoff hopes. So maybe we need to figure out what strength we need to take from to invest in run game, stop run, more defensive back health, little more offensive line. Like, the Cowboys clearly have a very nice team. They do. I just think their deficiencies are the worst deficiencies to have to win in the postseason.
Where would you guess their...
What'd you say?
Quarterback.
Man, he's going to keep this up.
I'm just trolling,
Where would you guess their worst graded position was on this roster stacking? Like, what stands out as like, oh, I bet that's really low?
It should be linebacker.
It's actually not.
Running back?
Safety.
I was thinking.
Safety is where in fact, safety, defense.
Oh, yeah, of course you were thinking it.
I said it. Because I was
Convenient.
thinking, I was going to say defensive back. I was like, no, I wasn't sure they were going to break it down like that.
Safety, defensive tackle, and then stunningly enough, with the guys that they had make all-pro offensive line.
It sounds just like a baseball team and the opposite of the way that the Rangers started to build under CY.
Yeah.
Up the middle. Running back, your guards are all pros, but we can't run the football. D tackle, middle linebacker, safety. The Dallas Cowboys are weak up the middle. They're not weak with, Zach Martin and Tyler Smith, but weak in terms of power football.
The Cowboys, based off this point system and positional rankings and everything, they had the 49ers, who are obviously the team that they're chasing. They only had them beat on 2 spots. Quarterback, because obviously Dak was graded ahead of Purdy this year.
Obviously?
Yeah, because, Dak was like the number 2 quarterback this year. So, that was like that grading system. It was Dak and Allen, I think, were the top 2. Because we had talked about it throughout the year that Dak was graded higher than Purdy on PFF. And so they had quarterback, and then they had edge rusher, and that's it. Everything else was San Francisco by generally a significant margin that they had you beat. And that's why it's probably a little discouraging to see that while Dallas is as thin in the number of draft picks they have this year as they've been in a while, they obviously traded away a 5th for, Stephon Gilmore. They had Brandon Cooks trade. They have the 4th round pick they gave up for Trey Lance. Their day 3 picks are thinner this year than they've been, and they don't have nearly as many compensatory picks slated to come back to them as they've had in years past. The 49ers, with the latest projection of compensatory picks, are slated to pick 11 times in the draft in the spring. And so this is like the same thing with Philly, where it's like, how does Philly keep giving stuff up? How does Philly keep building the roster? And then we're like, they're picking twice in the first round and twice in the second round. How's this happening?
2 Philly notes. Adam Schefter says that Vic Fangio is traveling to Philly this morning to officially sign the contract to become the Eagles' new defensive coordinator. So he's one and done in Miami. He's going to the Eagles. He's been the DC that's probably, at least, headline-wise, even though Mike McCarthy somehow missed those headlines.
Just like anything.
Vic Fangio has been the number 1 Dak defensive coordinator nemesis. And Bet Online sent me some odds and numbers mocking the Cowboys and the Eagles. Will the Cowboys win a playoff game next season? What's the favorite?
No.
I think yes is going to be a slight favorite, like minus 130.
Bobby is slightly correct.
Never.
Minus 140 for no. So it's a 58% chance that the Cowboys will not win a playoff game.
Well, hang on. If it's a 58% chance, then how are you going to get rid of the coach when he doesn't win a playoff game next year?
Buy into us.
Will the Eagles... What did he say?
Buy into us.
Buy into us.
Will the Eagles win a playoff game next season?
No.
Bobby's correct. 60% chance they will not win a playoff game.
Vegas insider Bobby.
What will happen to the Cowboys and the Eagles next year? The options: Eagles only make the playoffs. Cowboys only make the playoffs. Both teams make the playoffs. Neither makes the playoffs.
I would say Cowboys only make the playoffs.
Both make the playoffs.
Bobby, clean sweep.
All right.
Both make the playoffs. Then Cowboys make the playoffs. Then Eagles. And finishing in last, neither.
They don't call me Bobby QL for nothing.
Bobby QL, baby. Look at that.
This is, I mean, I think that's kind of the standard that everybody expects at this point, right?
Yeah.
That Philly and Dallas, they'll swap division leader and wild card, and then they'll both disappoint. Although I don't know, with Nick Sirianni talking the way he did yesterday, I have to reprove myself. He's hungry again, whereas, Mike is saying, yeah, I mean, year 5 is where things really came together in Green Bay. Buy into us, Carpe Omnia. It's just like anything.
And should we be worried about Fangio? How much should we
I worry about Vic. I worry about Fangio. He is done well against Dak in the few times they've met up, and I thought he made great adjustments to their game this year when he was in Miami. Obviously, the Denver game was a blueprint type game. Dak fell off after that. I think Dak was hurt though. That was his first game back, right, from the calf.
But I mean, he looked broken in ways more than just the calf.
So I absolutely think when you have a guy like that, we've all talked about it. We've all said for years that Vic Fangio kind of has a blueprint. And now he goes to your chief rival. That's big to me.
Look, here's the only thing is that I think that the Denver game was so bad and it gave such a blueprint for teams the rest of the year to go, we'll just play too high shell and we'll start doing this and that it's easy for us to extrapolate the Fangio thing as something that he had to deal with the rest of the season. But the reality is he struggled in that game. The Miami game, he was not awful. He wasn't great, but I mean, it was okay. It was a solid performance. And then the other game he's played against him was his rookie year against Chicago, and he played really good against them. And so, I mean, it's like a really good game, slightly above average game, and then an awful game, but an awful game that pushed a domino over to where defenses were taking advantage of you for several weeks.
So after Bobby's roster rankings, does it sound like the Cowboys roster is overrated when you compute everything together? Ralph?
I wouldn't say the third best roster sounds overrated to me. It's a good roster. I think it probably is a touch overrated if I were just to look at it from the standpoint that Michael Gallup is a household name in the NFL. And if he played for Jacksonville, he's not a household name.
Household?
I think most people around the NFL know the name Michael Gallup.
You think?
I think he's maybe Peyton rental household.
No, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Like, Cowboy
he would
players
not be known. He would not be known anywhere.
Right. He would not be known anywhere. And I think that's the difference.
The guy, I got to get the exact numbers. I know the guy that even though we've talked about the Fangio thing with the Cowboys and everything else, the thing that Dak has to come back around to is the Spagnuolo thing. He's 2 for 2 and 3 against him for his career. He's like 1-to-1 touchdown interception, but I mean, I do think they're talented. They've just got to show that they're motivated and prepared in these big games.
I cannot believe I have to give it up for this NFC quarterback. I have to love him. I have to love him even more after he put this media guy in the ground. You're going to love Jason Kelce even more. Jim Harbaugh is back. And what's the holdup with Belichick and Dan Quinn around the rest of the NFL to kick off the final hour of Sean, RJ, and Bobby? Then back to the Mavs Luka drama next.
Well, let's get you over to the greatness.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Back to the Mavs and Luka mess at 9:20. We'll cross off with the KMC masterpiece at 9:40. But as we go around the rest of the NFL, the big news in the league, Jim Harbaugh is back. There's a pretty badass photo of him wearing a Charger uniform from his playing days. I still remember what he did on the Colts, almost pulling off the miracle against Pittsburgh. Jim Harbaugh is coaching Justin Herbert and the LA Chargers.
Yes, he is. Those are unfortunate Charger uniforms back then, though. Much better.
What? No, those are better than they are today.
Oh, the baby blues and the white helmets are so much better.
But they don't keep the baby blues around consistently enough for me to think of them as their uniform.
Right, those are overrated, though.
They're not.
The helmets they have now are great. I think much better than the Stan Humphreys. Those were hideous. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The 90s Junior Seau uniforms that missed me with that.
I like them both.
Yeah. I mean, these are the superchargers, baby.
Stan Humphries, rest in peace?
No, he said Junior Seau right after that.
Yeah, I did say
although, you know, that like there's a whole, not theory, but there's a whole like belief out there, chatter that like that San Diego Chargers team from the Super Bowl era was cursed because they have had like 10 people from that roster die.
Wow.
Okay, thanks for bringing up today.
Right.
Google
I
it,
thought you were going to
guys.
say because of Marty Ball, and then I was like, oh, Marty Schottenheimer's no longer with us either.
He has passed away.
Dead people.
But no, that was it was a cool photo. It really was. I've seen already stories. Oh, the Chargers have instant relevance. I mean, they were relevant before. They had Justin Herbert, but now they have relevance from a credible coach. Which, whether Brandon Staley made correct decisions on fourth down or not, there was no air of credibility with him, and more importantly, it didn't feel like the team trusted that he was making the right decision.
And Bobby, your hot take Harbaugh predictions are what?
They win the AFC West next year, and they win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years because Harbaugh is a difference maker. It's why I wanted him here. It's why I was incredibly frustrated, and I don't just mean wanted him here this past offseason, wanted him here in 2020. And so I do think that he is an absolute difference maker. He is a draw, unlike many coaches in the NFL. He's somebody like a fan base can get excited about. It's easy to get excited about Jim Harbaugh coming in your building. So I think it's a great hire from the Chargers.
We're still waiting on Belichick. Dan Quinn isn't, man.
Are they going to have any coaching changes, the Cowboys?
Well, I was just thinking, what is the Metroplex going to do when the news comes out that Dak Prescott gets 55 or 60 a year and that Dan Quinn is retained? Like, power rank the reaction along with McCarthy coming back. The outrage. Is Dan Quinn coming back definitely third?
So the options are Dan Quinn, McCarthy return, and which one?
Dak money.
Uh-huh.
And all these, like, Dak money's happening. Dan Quinn returning is
Dak, McCarthy, Quinn.
Dak money, most outrage.
Yep.
McCarthy return, second most. Quinn, third.
Yeah, although I don't know. There are a lot of people who think that Quinn has more heat on him right now than McCarthy does.
What do you, like, he's going to get fired as the DC?
No, just in terms of, like, that there's more pressure from fans on, like, you let us down. Like, there are a lot more. I think there are a lot of fans right now who feel like Quinn dropped the ball more in that playoff game than McCarthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what about the overall body of work?
Right. I mean, I agree, but I mean, I think there's a.
Dan's a bully.
Dan's a bully?
His defenses.
I was going to say, Dan's a nice guy.
No, not Dan. I don't mean Dan. I don't mean Dan. I mean, like, his defenses.
Right.
His defenses play. They play well from ahead.
Push around weaklings.
And they can't get stops when they're behind.
I think it's wild. Like, if we'd need to do a receipt segment probably, and I would get killed for it. If we go back to right after the Jets game, the way we talked about this defense, like, first 2 weeks, because Mike, you remember, Mike was like, we're the Ravens.
Yeah.
We are the Buccaneers, bro. Like, we are that team. We are those
Diggs
dudes.
got hurt, to be fair.
He did.
That was big. I mean, that was huge. He is obviously the secondary is a depth unit, but
yeah, I mean, he was like, what, the 115th corner, according to PFF?
I've always said they were overrated, though, the hot noise. So W for me, L for Bobby. Chris Long,
one. Good for you.
Chris Long, pardon my take, talked about the remaining head coaching jobs available.
Panthers are last. You've got this owner who showed his ass. And if he's not going anywhere, that's a big part of the conversation. I would put Atlanta up there kind of high just because you look around the division and you're like, all right, we already got some playmakers. Like whoever we hire, if we hired Bill, if I'm Bill, I'm looking in the NFC because he's smart. Like there's not as many good quarterbacks. I think LA's really attractive. People get scared off because of the cap and all that stuff. Justin Herbert, I don't mean to be cliche, but if anybody could fix that guy or this team, and I don't even think he needs all the fixing, like they're going to be pretty solid. I think Tennessee's a sneaky good job. Washington's a great job, obviously. PFT, like you've got your pick of the litter, which I've made it clear, like my stance on drafting a quarterback high. It's Russian roulette with 4 bullets in the chamber. That's mathematically what it comes out to. And it's left to the teams that have to play it. And the Commanders have to play that game. I think Seattle's a great job, man. I really do. If you look around the NFC West, you've got Purdy. At some point, they're going to have to pay him or start over at quarterback. Okay, so that window changes for them a little bit. At some point, Matt Stafford has to die of old age. Mm-hmm. I mean, his arm will still work at that point, but like at some point he has to retire. And then Arizona, it's like unknown. So I think Seattle's a lot of fun, and they got a really good GM. That's something people ignore.
I love what he said about Seattle. I think that is a massively underrated great job.
I will say, when we were doing the roster rankings last time, the highest ranked team on the roster rankings that was not in the playoffs was Seattle.
There's a patience too with their GM.
Speaking of current playoff teams, I'm in love with. I know everyone's in love with the Detroit Lions, but after yesterday, I'm really in love with Jared Goff.
Ooh, you and Chopper can fight over him.
Jared Goff's likability in the city of Detroit is not something I ever saw coming or could have ever predicted. But yesterday with the media, he was asked about the talent matchup in the NFC Championship game.
Jared Goff's got a lot of really good players, obviously, but maybe not.
Oh, thank you.
What's that?
I said thank you.
You're welcome. Maybe not viewed, though, as the superstars like the 49ers have.
All right, never mind.
But I mean, guys like St. Brown getting you.
Yep, St. Brown was first team All-Pro. So.
Right.
So was Panay. Sorry, continue. I'm sorry.
Good, funny. And then Goff went on their local station, 97.1 in Detroit, and they brought up my most hated person in this entire profession.
Hey, does bulletin board material matter to you guys at all?
It depends what it is. What do you got?
Skip Bayless, after your game, tweeted out the following.
No, I don't care about anything he says. You can stop now. That's not.
I love it.
No. Yeah.
No oxygen. No oxygen.
Yeah, no. It's anything those guys say on daytime TV, you can skip over that.
Damn.
There it is.
Everyone
hates Skip.
There was so much talk about him leaving the Rams where it's like, does he even have the mentals to run an offense without McVay in his ear? And how tough is he? And everything?
Soft Cali guy, McVay product, had all that super talent around him. I mean, I was in that camp. I was in the camp.
Dan Campbell brings it out.
But I mean, that's the thing is that does he bring it out?
Maybe.
Does he bring that out, or there was a thought that Campbell might break him?
Yeah.
And that 0-10 might break him.
I thought I would have guaranteed it would be Mike Zimmer, Kirk Cousins 2.0. That Dan Campbell would rip this guy apart. He'd be way too soft for man.
Does he coach, and I don't know the answer to this, obviously, but it makes me wonder, does he coach Stafford the same way he coached Goff? Or does he give Stafford free rein, McVay? And so that makes me wonder,
he tried to get rid of Stafford too.
For all the credit he was given, though, for wow, look at how he just basically puppeteered Goff to the Super Bowl. It's if you would have let Goff just do his thing, are we finding out that you actually held him back? Did you tie him up? Because he's done a really great job in Detroit. And it's did you...
I don't think we can insult anything about Sean McVay after the year he just had.
Not an insult.
One of the top 3 surprises probably in the entire league. Well, you put Houston, in no particular order, Houston.
Cleveland was
a massive surprise.
Houston, Cleveland, Tampa.
So
the Rams probably not above. The Rams are right there.
They're right there. I mean, look, it could be a situation where they just didn't work. It just didn't work. It happens. They could be both really, really good at what they do and it not mesh well. And it clearly, at the end, didn't mesh well. The moment trust was lost, from McVay's standpoint and Goff, and that was it. It was done.
It just makes me wonder if he missed, like, is this a situation where it's like, no, Goff was only going to thrive in Detroit, it wasn't going to happen in LA? Or is it, no, McVay actually, there's an argument to be made or a discussion to be had about whether he held him back and whether he erred there, and he doesn't deserve the type of credit for what he got there.
Speaking of love. Everybody's newly elected president, Jason Kelce, was on the New Heights pod. Did you have a political comment you'd like to insert there?
I was like, wait a second, what happened here? Did
He's
I
about to
miss
start
something?
talking about New Hampshire.
Choppy Haley.
Boy, you know what? Please stop texting me.
Who?
Nikki Haley.
Oh.
Every day, can I get $5 here, $10? Please stop.
How'd you get on her donation text roll?
She probably got She probably got the January 6th list. And it goes
People
out
on January 6th, they don't text.
It goes out to their whole neighborhood. Jared Goff loved, and so is Jason Kelce. Kelce on the New Heights pod with his brother Travis was talking about the epic, legendary moment from Sunday in Buffalo.
I'm not gonna lie, I gave Kylie a heads up. The moment we got into the suite, I said, I'm taking my shirt off and I'm jumping out of that suite. And she said, Jason, don't you dare. I was like, hey, just letting you know what's happening. I'm not asking for permission. I'm doing this.
Once a Kelce man's determined, there's no stopping him.
And she was already telling me to be on my best behavior because we were meeting Taylor.
This is hilarious.
I was like, Kylie, when I met you, the first day I met you, I was blacked out drunk and fell asleep at the bar. This is part of the charm. This is part of the Jason Kelce charm. I want to make my best first impression. This is my best chance.
My best first impression is the worst impression ever, so I could just build from that point on. Yeah, exactly.
Man,
I like the take you threw out there at the very beginning, though. I'm not asking permission. I'm letting you know. All right.
This we've all done this. Okay, and it comes back when you tell the lady you're going to do something. It goes like one of two directions, and she comes back. When she comes back with you with the "don't you dare," you either say, "Oh, I was just kidding. I was never going to do that anyway," or you say, "Well, it's happening, and I'm doing it," because you never admit, "No, you're right. I won't do it." Because that's a submissive move. You're not going to do that. You're not going to admit
beta behavior.
Even if you are, you're not going to admit submission. But what he did, and Mrs. Kelce knows Jason. She knows her husband. She let him walk on that stage in a jester outfit. You think he put that on without her permission? Zero chance.
I'm not asking for permission. I'm doing
Zero chance. He knew how she would react to it. And he knew how she would react to this. That she was cool with it. Otherwise, she's not married to him. She's not Mrs. Altuve. She's not Jose Altuve, who doesn't want him to take his shirt off because he got a buzzer there. No, my wife
no, bad tattoo. Bad tattoo.
I'm sorry, bad tattoo.
Not a buzzer. Yes. Don't slander the man.
Yeah. Run for president, man. Do it. I hope he does.
No, I really hate how much I like Jason Kelce. It's really irritating, and I hate how much I kind of like Travis Kelce too.
What's your permission?
Please finish the question, Sean.
What's your permission guidelines are set up in your household?
There is
something really unlikable here.
How much unlikable to who? There is how much do I want to deal with the fallout?
Well, that's what we all decide.
I know.
What ends up happening is my question.
I generally will do if it is a thing where it's like something where I think it's a right decision, I'm doing it. Now, if it's more just something where it's like, still like, hey, don't drink too much of Boomer Jacks, then I'm still doing it. So basically, I'm just doing whatever.
There you go. Pepe, your ratio?
I haven't really asked permission yet so far to do anything. I haven't done anything bad, obviously, but we're not there yet.
It didn't sound like you're the one who grants or gives permission based on Boomer Jacks, Peyton. Sounded like she was running things.
No, I wear the pants.
Cross that she picks out for you.
That she picks out for you. Yeah.
Cross talk with KMC at 9:40. How sick and tired is Jason Kidd of Luka's antics? You judge off the audio. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
unpredictable accidents happen, Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Hardy brings it into the forecourt. He's not looking at the rim. He's going to dribble the final few seconds out, and the Suns win here in Dallas. 132-109, the final score. Their 7th straight win.
I did not realize that Devin Booker's record against the Mavericks was as good as it was. I thought he was going to be on the losing end of that, but it's not the case, especially after last night when the Mavs blow a 16-point lead. Devin Booker outscores the entire Mavs team in the third quarter, and Phoenix ends up, I don't know, are we overreacting to this loss? There's a sense of like
Phoenix is a good team, but they're talented, I should say.
Yeah.
They're a talented team.
Yeah, they've won 7 straight.
Mhm.
If they don't make it to the NBA Finals, the season will be a disappointment for them.
Absolutely.
And the Mavs did not have Kyrie, but there's a Jason Kidd hangover this morning. There's a Luka complaining hangover. There's a reporter's spat, with Tim McMahon over Luka getting a fan tossed from the stadium. There's a hangover to this loss this morning. There's fans sick and tired of Jason Kidd, as they have been over the past year or two.
Yeah, because look, fans are, and they're going to generally I think they're going to side with the player a lot of times in the NBA. Let's just do whatever we can to keep the player happy, and if we have to scapegoat the coach, fine. Like Luka is obviously somebody you're going to choose Luka over Jason Kidd 100 times out of 100. But obviously, his head wasn't there yesterday.
Here's what I wonder about Luka, though. If he acts like this, like he has such thin skin, I'm sure that there's a kid that plays on your son's youth teams or someone that they play against, and they're just like, you're like, this brat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly who you're talking about. I'm not going to say his name, but yep.
We'll just call him Bobby.
Yeah.
His name is not Bobby.
Just this little, it's all, whining, always hurt, throwing tantrums. God. Now, I don't know who you're talking about, obviously.
I do.
I don't, show up to youth sporting events by myself like Bobby does, but I'm sure that's in every youth league. That's Luka. Like, he's insufferable for me to watch when he just complains nonstop. The tech he got at the end of the half looked like a stupid one. When Kevin Durant didn't do anything to cause the ankle twist, I'm sure he was complaining about something 5 plays previous. The way it was reported, maybe it was unfair reporting from Tim McMahon, who said that a fan behind him said, "Luka, your ass looks tired. Get on a treadmill." That's not enough to get tossed. And shame on Mark Cuban for allowing Mavs security to go ahead and do that. But Luka knows, like this little brat kid that I know who got handed a restaurant here in town, all he's got to do is do a little finger wag, and I have the power to toss you out of my house like a little, entitled little brat. And that's what I think of and see when Luka does stuff like this last night. It really is.
It's very off-putting.
Man, it's off-putting.
It's like you are a super.
Is he in a Ginobili, Harden, Duncan conversation of irritation and whining? Let's be real about it. Pretend like he doesn't play. I know that certain people in town would be too scared. They got to homer it up and kiss his ass.
He's not. Ginobili's a champion. Ginobili's a winner.
Ginobili is one of the most overrated, just useless.
Is he
NBA
on the
stars
Vlade, Harden, Ginobili, Duncan? Is he the 5th in the starting 5? We gotten there?
Well, I mean, look, there was a time early in his career that Dirk was as much of a complainer as Duncan was to the
Really?
refs. Oh, it was awful.
Oh, it was not as bad as Duncan.
It was maybe not.
You
as
think
bad
Dirk
as,
was Luka-like early on?
No, not as bad as Luka. Luka is much worse. Luka, I think, is worse than Duncan at times.
Yeah.
Duncan did the
face.
If Duncan didn't do the face with the palms up,
yeah,
like Luka just kind of walks with the. He's that play last night before the half, just jawing with the official, but not really doing it to where. Which I gotta give Luka credit for this. You want to do it to where it's not showing him up, where you're in his face. You do it you're kind of wincing in pain. You're talking. Catchers do this with umpires all the time, right? They keep their mask on. They don't argue with they don't turn around. They keep forward and they just jaw with the umpire. That's. You're not showing him up. And, I don't think Luka showed him up last night with the referee. but he said enough.
Now look, he's Chris Paul like the way he whines. And I love Luka. If Luka was in any other city, he would probably be my least favorite player in the NBA. But I love him, and he's here, and he's great, and it's like it's like the baseball version of this for me, and he's not nearly the same. Like, but AJ Pierzynski. When Pierzynski got here, I loved him with the Rangers, and I thought he was fantastic. When he wasn't here, I could not stand him. So that's just the reality. He's the heel for everybody else. He's the hero here, and that's the way that is. But he does whine to Chris Paul levels.
And it sounds like Jason Kidd is just tired of it.
No, I think it's a trend here.
For the whole team.
Unfortunate. The referees are the referees. They're going to make calls, good or bad. Just the nature of the league. But we can't get calls every time down. So we have to be better. But it's January, the end of January, mentally and physically fatigued, and sometimes you short circuit, and so we have to be better at that as a group. A lot of tees, ejections, so we'll go back and talk about that. But again, that first half, we put ourselves in a good position. In the second half, give them credit, but got going, and we Channel 5'd them. We did everything we could. We just couldn't stop them.
That was Jason being asked about the overall team. And then Kidd, Hall of Fame reminder that is one of the greatest point guards of all time who did it on the floor. He gave his perspective on officiating. He said the game has changed, but some things haven't. And the officials understand if you're going to complain, you're not going to get calls. That's just the way it goes. If you're going to complain, it's only going to come back to haunt you. And it might not get you in that game. It'll get you in another game. They're human, and that's just part of the game that the Mavs as a group have to work on. But that's Jason telling you the reality of it, the way it is. And then he was asked specifically about Doncic.
Yeah, that's a great question, Tim. Don't have an answer. I think we might have jinxed it, today talking about he hadn't had a T. Boston has been, it had been a while before Boston. And you could see Boston, he was running hot, and tonight he was running hot. So we'll talk to him about it. He's a competitor. He likes to have discussions with the referees, but he has to be better. And as a group, we have to be better. Again, we can't come out of halftime and give up a 40-something quarter against a very good team. It puts too much pressure on your defense, and it puts way too much pressure on your offense when you're not shooting the ball straight. And that's the way it's been here this week.
What do we make of the McMahon incident? Tim, technically I could defend him saying the comment that was made that had Luka throw the fan out of the arena. He made it sound like it was a singular comment. Luka was not happy about that. He took issue. Luka said the guy was chirping the entire first half wearing a Suns jersey. And
Suns and 4 guy? Was he Suns and 4 guy?
I don't know. And then McMahon agreed, said, yeah, he was hollering, which someone tweeted, man, is Tim McMahon Southern or what? He goes, yeah, he was hollering.
He was hollering.
So did McMahon misrepresent it? Was the guy not saying anything that McMahon thought was worthy enough for Luka to have him on his radar to get him ejected? Because the way that Tim reported it, it does make Luka look really, really soft and thin-skinned.
Okay, so there's two ways to go about it here. When you're McMahon, and remember, Twitter is not the greatest place to put this out there because you have limited amount of character still.
Not if you're verified.
Not if you're verified. I don't know if Tim's verified or not. But you got to pay for that, right? So the question is, do you put the straw? I'm sorry.
And we're supposed to pay Tim. Not the other way around.
Exactly.
I mean, we can use this podcast clips. Just make sure to reference it.
So, do you write?
Come on, Tim.
If he's been chirping the whole time, do you just write the straw that broke the back? Right? Is that what you? That was the reason. Whatever he said there, obviously the stuff before didn't bother Luka. Otherwise, he would have said something about it prior.
Well,
from McMahon, that's the way McMahon's tweet.
Clearly, things went south, though.
Yes,
but clearly things turned in terms of the game, and that changed.
He
Luka's
didn't care
tolerance.
when they were up 16.
Yeah, that's the point. He didn't.
Luka's tolerance changes with that
because he throws tantrums like a brat.
Right. No, I'm just saying that's why it changed.
He really acts like a brat.
Look. Should Tim have said something to the effect of, he had been chirping all night, but he said this, whatever. Maybe. Because he acknowledged to Luka after the game, like, yeah, he was talking the whole night. Like, it was enough that Tim noticed it. That wasn't the first time where he was like, oh, this is the first time I've heard him say anything. He noticed. So I understand being upset if you're like, hey, there was additional context there you could have applied. Even if you apply the additional context, I think we're still talking this morning about he's being a baby because they were losing, and he was upset that they were losing.
And he was really ticked off. We'll just play the beginning of this. PR or a teammate or Luka went and looked at his phone, and he was not happy with the way he was being portrayed after we thought that it was just like a singular comment he reacted to. Not saying you're a fat ass, saying you look out of shape, get on the treadmill. That's not offensive, dude. That's not offensive trash talk. That's the way Tim made it seem, in my opinion. Luka wasn't happy.
Luka, what were you frustrated about at the end of the second quarter when you got that technical?
I know I saw you when you said about the fan, that was not a true all. That was not the only thing he said. But I knew you would be the first one to point out something like that. I'm not going to say what he said, but I knew you were going to be the first one to put out something like that. So I just saw it, man. It's just funny. You always seem to be the first one to put some bad stuff about me.
First of all, 99% of the stuff I've written about you has been good.
I don't know.
I was sitting 2 rows behind us.
All right, so it was the only thing that time he said something, the only thing?
That was what you reacted to.
Yeah, I was hearing the whole first half, right? Oh, you didn't hear anything?
He was definitely hollering.
Okay.
He was definitely hollering. So if Tim came on, I would say, what was in that? What was the hollering? Can you recap that? Was it harassing type? I figured Tim would have left that in. Look, I think it's really funny how much Tim gets under their skin. I tried to get McMahon hired here. I did. I'm not going to say whose salaries I was trying to trade that with, but I was trying to get McMahon hired here because I think he's a beast. I think he's a killer. I think he's a great reporter. Wish he'd come on this show a lot more often because I think he does a tremendous job. But it's so funny to me how pissed off Kidd and Luka get. But they should really, Jason Kidd and Cuban, they should really be thanking him because they can't put Luka on blast. They're too scared. And they don't want to face the repercussions. Jason Kidd wants to. You can see, you can feel, you can read. He wants to. Maybe he has, to his credit. He wants to grab Luka by the shoulders and say, stop being a little bee. Stop whining and crying all the time. Stop. He can't. It's today's sports world, right? So in order for Luka to catch this criticism, we react to a Tim McMahon story like this. And Jason Kidd should be happy about it. They pull Luka aside and be like, you're too big. You're out of shape. When McMahon writes that he's weighing 260 last year, he's doing them a favor. But Jason Kidd, he gets his thin skin. Maybe he's got thinner skin, just thinner skin as Luka does. With the way he reacts. It's just funny.
I think it's us against them thing with the team. I think most professional teams are like this.
I think Kidd respect. Like I think Kidd respects Tim McMahon.
I do.
Yeah, I do. Like when he said there, like he was like, no, it's a good question. Like I do think, no matter how much he annoys him,
I couldn't tell that was sarcasm.
I think it was genuine because I think we've heard before when Jason Kidd is being sarcastic. I think he may not like him. I have no idea, but I think he respects the way he works.
Okay, because remember he said all you do is you write something positive for once. Remember that back and forth.
Yeah.
So I think he's the one who's like basically being the one to put the magnifying glass on some of the Mavs issues. But Jason Kidd is an issue to Mavs Tolos. Luka's whining is an issue. The roster makeup is an issue. And maybe setting yourself up for the play-in game is an issue as well as they blow the 16-point lead to the Suns yesterday. All right.
No one's dying.
They're not. Let's talk about the big news of the day. Peyton Russell is doing it after only 3 months. Does KMC agree or disagree along with the Tolos? Next. But
Chevrolet in Grapevine because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
What is going on in here in this commercial break?
You're going to hit him in the eye one day, or one of y'all is going to get hit in the eye.
I looked up the Chargers team during the break.
Oh, my
Sean.
gosh.
So
53 players on that team in 1994. 9 of them died before the age of 45. And they died by one of the guys got struck by lightning. One of the guys was like a plane crash. They're wild ways.
No one knows what you're talking about.
Well, if they Tolo, they would because we referenced it at 9 o'clock.
Totally, completely random. You do need your stuff.
Told you.
I was wrong. I tried to give you credit saying you don't need it. You do need it. Crosstalk with KMC, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors.
Hey, what's wrong, man?
You guys are just a little too random. A little too random in these.
You asked what was going on during the break.
He's talking about putting hot sauce. And that didn't come up.
Yes, it did. We were talking about it the whole break.
I was in the bathroom.
Okay, well,
what I
sorry
heard,
you weren't present.
What I heard was hot sauce on my coffee cup. I heard Kevin Hagelin asking RJ about roofies. That was enough for me to have this type of reaction.
I would like the opportunity to explain that one.
Is that the conversation you and I were having?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
why you guys talking about roofies so much?
I said that we were just talking about RJ in general. And
No, you weren't. In fact, it was the first time my name came up.
No, this was off air.
Oh, okay.
And somehow roofies came up, and I was like, I want to ask him about that because I didn't want it to be like I was talking behind her back.
Yeah.
Because we said we were talking about somebody like who might get roofied, and I said, I could see RJ being like, I'll give it a shot.
What?
Like voluntary or like somebody's going to try to roofie me?
Voluntarily.
I mean, look, I bet you I get a good night's sleep out of it.
And I know someone who might roofie you.
I know somebody who might roofie Sarah.
That works in the building.
What?
All right. So what's coming up?
And I thought, he would do it to himself. I was like, he would probably roofie himself.
I mean, look, they had a good night in the Hangover. Looked fun.
Was that your takeaway from that?
Looked fun. I mean, it looked like a fun night.
Yeah.
Maybe not for Doug.
We do not.
But it looked like a fun night.
No, not at all. Not at all.
On 105.
No, that's why I asked if he would allow it.
Yeah.
Not nothing illegal.
You're like, it's a Friday night. We're doing it.
That might still be
doing
illegal.
it for Friday night.
Speaking of illegal, people are betting more on the Ravens right now. That spread is now up to 4.
Is that illegal?
Well, it is like in Texas. I'm just wondering right now, as you get to Choppy's picks, I don't want to give it away for tomorrow, but are you liking an underdog in these games?
I'll just say this is a teaser.
Seems like
week.
the money is coming in on the favorites more than the underdogs.
So the favorites are pretty heavy when it comes to like teams that play on Saturday of the divisional round win the championship game at like almost a 2-1 clip. But this is a teaser weekend. Tease, you can move the line 6 points in any direction. You need more than one team. You tease San Fran down to a point. You tease the Chiefs to 9.5 or 10 as a dog, and then you go with it.
Corey, what's coming up?
11:22. My buddy's an idiot. So if you have a friend that has a terrible sports opinion or just as a dumbass, you can let everybody know.
Can't spell Mike's name right.
Yeah, I can't spell Mike's name right because some people don't know how to spell. Just look it up. It's right there in front of you.
Evan Grunt sent out a tweet.
Wow.
Is that not?
I don't think that's a pronunciation.
Can I read this one at the top? The way that it.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Okay, Luka. We get into a conversation about Luka right out of the gate.
No, the Mike Bassick exhibit at the Hall of Fame is what Evan Grant tweeted.
He spelled his name wrong and also didn't tag him in it.
Is it BACS?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that really that offensive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Get people's names right. It's right in front of you.
It's on the thing.
Yeah, it's like if I email you and you email me back Corey with an E, I'm like, come on, look at the damn email. It's right there.
For the record, I am not offended.
I'm offended for Mike.
Agreed.
Okay.
I went to the hall in the summer of last year or the year before. I did not see I looked everywhere for it. I did not see it in there.
It's in the Barry. I've never been to Cooperstown. Last year I got invited to play in the Hall of Fame game at Cooperstown, and I had to say no because it was the same weekend that my daughter graduated high school. So that would have been a dream come true I couldn't believe that the Rangers wanted me to represent their organization. I was like, oh my gosh, how many people dropped out? It's my chance.
Harlem was probably hurt.
And then, unfortunately, it was the same weekend that my daughter graduated high school.
Have you? So you've never been?
I've never been to Cooperstown. I think it'd be amazing to go.
So good, man. It is so.
So this has your hat.
I've been to Canton because I played for the Akron Arrows, so that's right next to
AA Akron. So I've been to the Football Hall of Fame, which was good, I will say, but I wasn't overly impressed with it. I thought it was cool. I don't want to knock it, but I was like, it's fine. I don't know if I'd want to go back and see it again.
All right, story of the day is coming from the Payload, 640 every Thursday. Peyton Russell and his girlfriend of 3 months have made the decision to move in together. Getting a rental.
Let's hear it,
home.
Kevin. Come on. Keep it real with me.
How long have y'all been together again?
Officially 3 months.
3 months. Well, how long were you unofficially together?
Well, I've known her since August.
6 months total, basically.
Are you not as long as I thought you were going to say?
Mike brought this up yesterday. Mike said something along the lines of like he wouldn't go on a date with a girl if he didn't see her being like the future. He would stop the date.
I would just say, like, if I dated a girl a couple times and I didn't see her as marrying material, I would move on.
Okay.
Do you see that that can be the thing down the road, or
Yeah,
is this
I
just
do.
you need a house?
No, I do. I mean, we've talked about like what we want later in life, like kids and marriage. So like we know, like we're not wasting each other's time. Because if we
Gotcha.
get 2 years along the line, she goes, "Well, I don't want to have kids anymore." I'm like, "Well, I kind of want to." Then we wasted each other's time.
Have you lived with a lady before?
I have not.
Oh.
Have you lived by yourself before?
No, I have not.
Oh dear.
Well, college?
I was with roommates.
Oh man.
Okay.
That's fine. I think that can. I never lived by myself. I always had a couple roommates, and then I moved in with Adrian, and we're still together.
Top advice for Peyton living with a woman for the first time.
Do not judge the entire experience off the first 2 or 3 weeks, because it's going to be a crash course in realizing what it's like to live with another human being that you're not just buddies with. So don't.
I think that's your best behavior phase. I think the first 2 or 3 weeks would be the
you do?
easiest. Yeah.
Oh man, I think that's where you run into all the things you're like, well, that's not how I do it, and you're like, well, that's great for you. So just don't write off the process after 2 or 3 weeks. It takes an adjustment period.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, make sure you get stuff for stuff that she asks you to do. Like she asks you to do something, you make sure you get something in return that
She
you
asks
want.
you to do something,
Oh,
you ask her
you
to do something.
keep score?
Now Kevin called it sex hostaging. Because she'd be like, "Hey, if you clean the bathroom."
Oh no, this is years ago. Is Corey would be like, "Yeah," and then if I don't clean the bathroom, like nothing happens at the end of the night, or
No,
the
it was an
next night.
exchange. It was an exchange of
So,
goods.
Keep
if you
track
will.
of IOUs. Okay.
Yeah. It
So-
felt like he had to go to a counter, and it was like, clean the bathroom equals this.
It's a
But, like,
ledger.
what is your bathroom cleaning time frame now, or your sheets? How often do you change your sheets?
Once every 3 weeks for the sheets.
Ooh.
You're gonna have to
3?
start doing that a little more.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, with someone else in there.
Once a week.
Do
probably.
either of you have messy cars?
She does,
Oh,
but I
she-
drive, so
when-
like I'm not in there.
When
I
you
don't care.
open the door, is it a travelanche where it just
Oh yeah.
all the stuff
No,
pours
it's
out?
more the back seat in her car.
Okay.
You think she's messier in general than you?
Well, if you count like her makeup and hair stuff, absolutely. Yeah, it's all over.
Are
it's
you
all
worried about
over.
her like being like a slob though?
No, like not like kitchen or anything like that. Like she'll be able to clean the room and everything. But
She'll
I'm
be able to
Clean the
Yeah.
room.
Yeah.
Not
whole
like
thing.
kitchen or anything like
Is this
that.
a
have
house
to,
or an apartment?
So we're renting a house. So I will have to have. I will be on lawn duty. So I'll be looking for.
Oh,
a
what type of
lawnmower.
lawn do you
I
have
don't
that
know.
Bobby doesn't
do I
have?
need a John Deere push or a riding lawnmower? or-
If you have, I doubt you're gonna have a riding like you're gonna have a yard big enough for that.
Whoa!
Oh, I'll send you pictures. Hold
RJ
on.
Shaman, the
No,
producer.
Yard
I
shaming.
doubt you'll have a yard.
Who has a yard big enough for a riding mower?
I'll prove you wrong right here.
My dad.
Does he?
Yeah. I mean, he's on some land.
When are y'all moving in?
Dawson, probably.
When are y'all moving in?
So it'll be either next weekend or the weekend after. We're gonna find that out this weekend.
So he's been hiding this information from us, until today he announced it.
Is it
And now
because he
he's-
knew y'all would dump on it?
Worried that
I
we're going to
didn't-
judge him for
no one
living in
dumped on
sin.
I didn't dump on it. Living in sin.
Knuckleballs, Mike.
Hey, it's fine. Don't listen to them.
Well, here's what I wanted to ask everyone around the room, because Atolo is
Jesus.
tweeting out this stat. My mom always tried to tell me this. I don't believe this stat.
I have a big problem with this stat.
The stat is if you move in with your significant other before marriage, that increases the rate of divorce.
Crap!
If you move in before getting officially married, it's a higher rate of divorce, higher chance of divorce for you. And I totally disagree with this supposed stat. In fact, that is out there.
I read a book on this.
And
a
I
guy
don't
named Glenn Stanton
It's
wrote a
called
book
the
about
Bible.
this. No, it was a guy. His name was Glenn Stanton. It was called "The
Judge's
Ring Makes All the
Cast.
Difference." And I don't have an issue with either side of it, like however you approach it. But here's the thing, like when you say like point to the statistics and see, obviously, if you just follow this way, to me, the logical leap I was made of, if you view it as such a moral level of like, we can't even live together before we get married, then you're probably somebody who's already like going to be super committed to the idea of like, we certainly can't get divorced.
Agreed.
Right, yeah.
And so to me, I think it's like
That's
a
what it
chicken or
is.
the egg thing.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that the statistics say that, but to me, it's like, I don't think that's cause and effect.
Why would
Totally.
the stat be that though? When this is like the ultimate, feeling out process, right? I want to know how we live together before we get married versus going in, brand new.
Because-
and how
yeah.
would that marriage last longer? I don't understand.
Is the type of person, because the idea
It's the
is
person,
the
yeah.
person who says it's immoral for us to live together before we
Yeah.
get married would say even more it's immoral to get a divorce. So we're not getting divorced no matter what.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's not the team who runs the ball the most.
Holy cow, Peyton!
That's a yard, huh?
That is a big ass yard.
Choppy in your face, trying
Dude,
to
you have
shame
my
this
number.
man.
Why didn't you
I want you to
text me
shame. I
in
don't know
your
how that's a shame. Look at that
Oh,
yard.
it's a 2-story house.
Look at that land.
Okay.
Wow, Bobby. I
saving
hope
up,
Kristen's
you know?
listening.
You got a patch of America.
Even poor Peyton has a house before Bobby.
No wonder we can't get a full time.
Don't worry, I know the.
I wasn't trying to shame. I was like, nobody has yards big.
Look
big
at
yards.
that.
The money's going to Peyton. I get it.
So yeah,
That's a mower. That's a ride mower worthy.
That's probably a ride mower. I will judge you if you pay somebody to mow that lawn.
Dude, just
I
get
do.
one of those electronic
Well, I know,
Roomba
but you're
mowers.
not really like handy.
Get the Roomba mower. It'll do
Do
it
you think
itself.
Peyton is?
No,
Look at his
but
mustache.
he has
He
a
knows how to
chance.
use it.
He still has a
mustache.
chance.
Oh,
he has a chance to be handy.
I don't
You're
know.
in your 40s.
Man, no.
Handy or
he
handsy?
moved in with no lady before mustache, but now that he has the mustache,
Lady.
he's moving in with the lady.
So who moved in before getting married
I did.
in this room?
Yeah, Adrian and I did.
Me too.
But we
Did
didn't
you?
have a.
That was
I thought
actually.
you were just judging all of us.
Yeah.
I mean, look. I have a kid out of wedlock. Am I really in that much position
No,
to be
you're not.
judging
Yeah, you
folks?
can't
Turn
judge
off your mic.
anybody.
We're allowed to
his
talk
mic.
about that?
What?
I don't know. We're allowed to say that word anymore. Wedlock. I have no idea.
Oh,
Is that canceled? It's 2024. Everything is.
I did it. You're doing it.
I'm doing it, and I did it before.
Did not.
You did not live with her beforehand?
I mean, we were over.
Well, you
at
knew
each
she was going to marry you. She had two kids.
We were over at each other's place. We were over at each other. We were over at each other's place before like that, but we didn't live together.
What, Kev?
what?
What?
I'll ask about this off air. I don't believe I do
You haven't
that.
heard this story?
No.
Oh, okay. We'll tell it
That
off
she
air.
had a child?
Yeah. Which I mean, I would think that would make sense.
I was making a.
Did you engage in
know that.
coitus?
I've always made
because of the
the.
tall
I've always made the joke
I
that.
didn't hear you genuinely.
I don't know. if Bobby wants me to tell it. Maybe I'll tell it.
I'll ask you off
Are we going
air.
to talk about
I will say
Papacitos?
this
Is that
too:
what we're gonna talk-
if you haven't moved in with them, one of the things I got this advice a long time ago, and I agree with it. Take a long road trip with them. See
you
how
gotta
they
travel.
handle that.
You got to see how you're
Yeah.
going to handle them for 7
they
days.
went
Not
to
a
Windstar.
flight. Not a flight.
That
No,
is
you go on
that does not count.
You go on a long road
A
trip,
long cruise.
spend a destination with them somewhere, drive there, because then you get to see how they handle. Do they want to drive? And I heard y'all talking about that this morning with your Camaro. And you get to find out like how they handle their money, and how they get to find out a lot of stuff. And when they snap at you, do they apologize?
Oh,
do they
yeah.
forgive? Because it's going to happen at some point.
Shreveport, you took the trip?
And Houston.
That does not count. As
Yeah.
well,
That's
No,
an
go to
8 hours
Florida.
It's a 3.5 hour drive.
Go to Florida.
I'm excited for you though. This is awesome.
I'm excited for
Thank
this
you.
yard.
Yeah.
You should flex.
yeah.
You think Medford has a yard like this?
Oh, I know.
no.
So what, his parent's house?
This is what I'm super excited about. I know that the justice of the peace in
Rent-free.
Rockwell. I'm going to create so many issues for him if he sasses me anymore. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, I think you should take that somewhere else right now.
You should just get a house. You should get a house.
Yeah. Wait, show this
Yeah.
to Chris. I'm gonna
Bring
text
other
this.
people down.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
text
fire
this to
stuff up.
Kristen.
What a yard.
I'm gonna text this to Kristen. All the room that all
Hey,
those
hey,
huge
don't text
yard.
my lady.
Right around.
Are you going to do y'all have a
I'm just going
dog?
through
Are you
it.
going to get a
Stop.
pet?
I'm going through it. KMC. She's bringing her dog to the relationship.
That's why you need the yard. Yeah.
The KMC masterpiece.
Why don't you get your tired ass on a treadmill?
Oh!
Right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate.
You get out. Get out.
That's
KMC
it. I've had enough.
Is next.
Not
You've been
enough of Devin Booker.
You've been hassling me in the whole break. You've been hassling me in the whole crosstalk. Out.
We have have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Long before my colleagues and I started doing these brief daily radio commentaries, Charles Osgood graced the airways with his informative, offbeat, entertaining, and frequently rhyming Osgood Files. Osgood died this week at the age of 91. Every day, he brought us moments of sunshine, sharing vivid stories via audio. Rest in peace, Charlie, and thanks for letting us see you on the radio. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text JUDGE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 42424. That's JUDGE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
From Plano to Denton down to Louisville too. Huffines has it. Also in McKinney, we'll prove it to you.
And when you come to Huffines Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Plano and Huffines Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Louisville, save big on new Chryslers, Jeeps, Dodges, and Rams during our Start Something New sale event. And buy with confidence, knowing both locations are J.D. Power dealers of excellence for the customer sales experience.
Hey, check out all our amazing reviews. Our customers are raving fans.
That's Dax, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, and he's absolutely right. Best Buy is upfront about their pricing. It's right there on their website at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com. Get 10 double-pane, single-hung windows for just $59.50. Did we mention you also get 0 down and 0% interest financing? Visit bestbuywindowsandsiding.com. That's bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
If you want to buy a brand new car, if you need to buy a brand new car, the one-stop shop for you is Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. That's why in the last 3 years, my family has bought not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet.
You walk in, pound your fist on the table, and demand to see GM Justin Rudd. Clear upfront pricing. The price you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey. Westwood One brings you all the action from the AFC and NFC championship games, streaming live on the free Odyssey app. First, it's Kansas City and Baltimore.
Spinning touchdown catch at the goal line. Kelce, he could not have been more wide open.
Then it's San Francisco and Detroit.
Hands off McCaffrey on the right side, into the end zone. Touchdown 49ers.
Listen to every game live from Westwood One. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Jefferson, touchdown.
I'm Justin Jefferson with the Minnesota Vikings.
Hi, I'm Jamar Chase with the Cincinnati Bengals. Nobody can stop it.
Why do I choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Because I only go all out.
Because I can't be stopped. Because my Sleep Number smart bed helps me sleep at the right temperature all night.
So we can take our game to the next level. That's why 80% of NFL players choose the Sleep Number smart bed. Sleep next level, perform next level.
And now, save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition Smart Bed. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Get deals on what you need during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's. Right now, save $250 when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch sliding miter saw and adjustable stand together. Plus, save $710 on an LG kitchen suite and earn 3 times the bonus points on all LG appliances. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Bonus points calculated before tax and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid 1/15 to 1/26. Subject to change.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Clear the fog, folks. Best Buy Windows and Siding believes our prices should be like our windows, transparent.
0 down, 0% financing, no hidden fees, just crystal clear deals. 10 custom windows, $59.50. Free installation and a lifetime warranty included. No surprises, just straight up value.
Transparent pricing means no tricks. Financing? Simple with approved credit.
Call us today, 469 Windows, or visit bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, and the truckwreck.com text line if you want to get involved in the conversation. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and of course, Alec Medford, who's been with us all week, so surely he will be with us tomorrow as well.
Is that a promise?
No.
What the crap?
I think it'll be Chris or Ruben.
Do you really not know
Ruben
who it is?
I have no clue.
It's going to be
Ruben
Chris.
doesn't do that anymore. So.
Oh.
Yeah, Ruben's too cool.
Yeah,
all right.
He's our window guy now.
All right, let's start off with
Reggie's full-time on the nights.
Yep.
Yes, you should listen to the Get Right 7 to 11 right here on The Fan.
Reggie with special guests.
Yes. Let's go to, God, Mike, you're the worst promoter in the world.
What? I just said Reggie.
He could have not talked about the show.
Yeah. What do you want me to do? Yell at somebody and kick them out of the audience?
You'll do that at some point in the show, no doubt about that. All right, cut number 1. Let's talk about the game itself before we talk.
I just looked at the run sheet.
Don't read that. Don't read what it says.
It says Luka's a B.
Whoa! Before we get to all the rest of it.
Okay.
Played in the G League Ignite team as Booker gets free and drills another three. This one at the top of the arc. Devin Booker with 46 and counting. 120-97, Suns up.
Oh, I turned that off way before that. But so the Phoenix Suns announcer was saying they're playing against the G League tonight because that's what it felt like.
That is what it felt like, particularly in the third quarter when Devin Booker single-handedly outscored the Mavericks 22-20. That's almost the guarantee.
Finally got us
of a
back
loss.
for Game 7.
Yeah, I bet he doesn't feel that way. But this was a game that, man, if you like runs in NBA basketball, this was the game for you because
I turned it off.
When did you turn it in? Because late in the first quarter, I was feeling pretty good. Obviously, at the end of the first quarter, I was feeling really good.
About 4 minutes left in the third quarter. I was like, I've had enough. I know this. I've seen the Mavericks do this. They're done. Luka's done playing basketball. He's concentrating on the refs. And I didn't know. Like, I had turned it off. By the time he'd thrown out a fan, I had turned it off. But I was just like, Luka's done in this game. He is now fighting with everybody besides the other team.
So that became the story because the game, of course, Suns win by 23. Midway through the second quarter on, it wasn't a particularly competitive game. Devin Booker took over in the third quarter. He was incredible and incredibly efficient. Not surprisingly, the Mavericks got worked on the boards. They were giving up too many open looks on three. Copy and paste the general issues that you might have with the Mavericks. Oh, did they win the rebounding battle? No. Oh, did they play good defense, particularly on the perimeter? No. So, copy and paste the general issues for a Mavericks loss.
And I think what was tough last night is, one, Kyrie was out, and he's going to be inconsistent. I know that Dwight Powell was the one who injured him for the long span of time, but he's a guy that only plays in 2/3 of the games when he's healthy during a season. That's a healthy season for him without Dwight Powell screwing it up. So he's going to miss another 10 to 15 games the rest of the way.
Throughout the rest of the season.
And then unfortunately, Derek Lively's only 19 years old. He's going to keep getting better.
Yeah.
I don't know how much better he can get this year. He's been tremendous, but he's also going to be inconsistent. He's 19 years old. So last night he was inconsistent, to be nice. He wasn't good last night, but I don't expect a 19-year-old to lead us to victory most nights.
The thing that I was disappointed about is there are some games, maybe you look back at like the Minnesota game right after Christmas or something like that, where you're thinking, Derek Lively didn't make the impact I thought because he got into foul trouble. And I get that. We talked about that after the draft, going into the season, everything like that. But there's been a couple of games where he's just young and it's not foul issues. Like, you don't look at last night and think he had foul issues at all. Same thing with the Boston game. Like, you've seen a few games where it's not fouls. It's just not his night because he's a rookie and that's probably just what's going to happen.
Yeah, you don't even expect Wembanyama or Chet Holmgren. I don't know, they played each other last night. You don't expect them to be consistent every night. You don't expect Luka to be consistent his rookie year. You see flashes, you see great games, and you're like, oh my gosh, if he can become consistent at his best, when we're seeing him at his peak, if he can become consistent and do that almost every night, he's going to be a dominant player in the league. And when you see Derek Lively, there's certain nights you're like, wow, can he do that on a nightly basis? Probably not at 19, but we're hoping at like 22, 23 years old that he is consistently a 14 and 10 guy with 2 block shots. And it's like pretty much every night we're getting a bad game is 10 points and 8 rebounds. A good night is 24 points and 15 rebounds. But right now, you're going to get variances with the age that he's at. But he's your third best player on the team.
Yes. And look, that all being said, it all ended up feeling irrelevant because of what took over the narrative. And if the game would have been a lot closer, that might have been a different deal. But the fact that like midway through the third, it looked like it was a wrap, it turned into something else entirely.
Corey, here comes the run sheet.
Tim McMahon, I probably won't use that word. We'll see. Tim McMahon tweeted out, Luka asked security to eject this Suns fan who was sitting 2 rows behind mid-court press row. The comment the fan made that drew Doncic's wrath, Luka, get your ass on the treadmill.
Yeah.
All right. So this led to a whole bunch of stuff, but let's start it off with cut number 5. Here is, we can stop and start whenever we want, but here's the back and forth with Tim McMahon and Luka that I think some people are concerned about. My question to go along with all of this is, how does Luka find this out so quickly after they just got destroyed? Like, my concern would be, holy crap, we played what looks like a good team, and we got annihilated.
Before we go to the audio, I remember listening to JJ Redick, one of his podcasts. So NBA players now, there's no halftime meeting. They all get on their phones and they're texting people, and they're looking at text, and they're looking at social media. So literally in the NBA today, there's not much of a halftime. JJ Redick said, hey, I get it. You have to check on whether it's family members, whatever. But can we give like 3 to 4 minutes to think about the second half? Like, that's a veteran player just a few years ago. He was on the Mavs. That today's player now at halftime, they're checking their social media and their text messages. So that's how they find out so quick. That's what they're doing at halftime. And then obviously this was after the game, but immediately after the game, what they do is they check and see what people are saying about them, and then they're checking their messages from their friends.
And this is not just about Luka. This can be about a lot of athletes in different sports or a lot of people in different professions is, man, I really wish he sounded madder about the loss than getting called out on social media. That is actually the biggest issue I have with all of this. Do you want to go to the cut?
Yes.
All right. Cut number 5, Luka and the back and forth with Tim McMahon.
Luka, what were you frustrated about at the end of the second quarter when you got that technical?
I know I saw you when you said about the fan, That was not a true all. That was not the only thing he said. But I knew you would be the first one to point out something like that. I'm not going to say what he said, but I knew you were going to be the first one to put out something like that. So I just thought, man, it's just funny. You always seem to be the first one to put some bad stuff about me.
First of all, 99% of the stuff I've written about you has been good.
I don't know.
I was sitting 2 rows behind us.
All right, so it was the only thing that time he said something, the only thing?
That was what you reacted to.
Yeah, I was hearing the whole first half, right? Oh, you didn't hear anything?
He was definitely hollering.
Okay, there we go.
Acted.
You put out something.
Hold on,
that
let's
was,
pause it right there.
Okay.
Pause it right there. All right. He was definitely hollering. Now, here's a report I got from a buddy who was at this game, and let's just say sitting very close, within 2 rows of that individual. Me and my wife were in the same section as the guy that got ejected, and he hadn't said anything offensive before that, so Luka's just lying. And then he said, I watched the interview. Sure, that guy was an annoying Suns fan, but he didn't do anything remotely close to ejectable.
Okay.
And so, look, Luke, I'm sure, heard what he heard. These people heard what they heard. And that, I guess that was my first question is ejectionable like, hey, you suck? Or like, because if you use like a slur or something like that, well, hell yeah, get that person out of there. But if you're just like, Luka, you suck. Like, if
Luka, get your ass on a treadmill. That doesn't
feel object.
Sorry,
that doesn't feel ejection worthy.
You're getting $50-something million a year to play basketball. And to Kevin's point, sorry, Corey. To Kevin's point is, if he does say something that is a slur or something about like really bad about his wife or
his
newborn
family,
baby,
get
or
him the hell out of here.
I understand, but if he's talking about your basketball game or your shape,